Hello. I'm here. I did see your message a little bit ago, but I've been trying to set everything up. I've moved the webcam because it was getting in the way. How you all doing? You all good? We're back. We're back in the Motostoke Gym. Trying to find a shiny. This is your first stream? That's amazing. Well, nice to see you. Thanks for joining. To be fair, I haven't been streaming for very long, so you've not missed out on much so far. Yes, Demi did message me as well saying have a good stream, which was very nice. So thanks to Demi. But nice to see you all. Hope you've all had a nice well, actually, the last time we streamed was Saturday, wasn't it? Which feels like a long time ago right now. But yeah, I hope you had a nice weekend, and you've had a nice start to the week as well. I had a very busy Sunday. We had a roast dinner, which is like in the UK is like, you know, you get like some meat like chicken or roast beef or turkey. Some people have gammon. You have mash and roast potatoes and, you know, Yorkshire puddings. If anybody's ever heard of a Yorkshire pudding, they are very good. Some gravy. Some people have vegetables, some people don't have vegetables. Everyone has different vegetables. And then, so Sunday was busy going getting all the stuff for that, and then eating that, and then crashing afterwards in some sort of wonderful food coma. And then I've just been in work yesterday and today, so it's nice to be back to streaming. I've missed it, even though it's only been 3 days. So I hope you have all had a nice time anyway. Awesome Sword was the first Pokemon game you ever played, and it's your favourite Pokemon game. That's brilliant. I really enjoy Sword and Shield. Which is funny, because this is the last Switch game that I've got to do a challenge on. I've left it to last for some reason, but I do really like them, and they've surprised me as well by the amount of like different shinies that you can get, the ways in which you can catch different shinies and things like that. A little bit like BDSP, where I was quite pleasantly surprised that there are lots of different ways to find shinies, and it's not just the same thing over and over again. So that's really good. Roast beef. You're a fan of roast beef. I have chicken personally, or turkey. Both of those are like top notch for me. Well, I do want to know if anybody knows what a Yorkshire pudding is. You have to tell me if you've heard of a Yorkshire pudding. They are so good. Like, I really want to know that, because I imagine that they're not very well known outside of the UK. Maybe it's quite a British thing, but they might be, maybe. Oh yeah, Demi's fine. I think Demi's just busy. That's all. Just busy. I mean, you can't be around for every stream, can you? We're all busy. No, I'm talking about death, but quitting Pokemon might be worse. Well, it depends. It depends on which Pokemon. Which Pokemon game you'd have to quit. In 10 years' time, if the next 10 releases are like Scarlet and Violet, you might not mind quitting. I'm only kidding. I feel like as much stick as I give Scarlet and Violet, I still wouldn't quit Pokemon if it was, you know, if it was as bad as Scarlet and Violet for the next 10 years. I probably would still play. But oh, you mean the franchise? I say, not like the games specifically. Yeah, that's fair. I'll be honest, I don't think I have heard of that. I've heard of Haggis. I know what Haggis is. I've never heard of Neeps and Tatties. No, never heard. What is it? I'm curious now. But it's cool that you're from Scotland. We don't, to be fair, we don't get many, so far, we haven't had many people, like, from the UK on stream. I mean, I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because Pokemon's a bit more of like a... Maybe it's just more popular in other countries. I thought it was still pretty popular in the UK, but... Being out-Brited once again, yeah. I mean, that's not... We know now. We know by now that I'm not particularly British, even though I live here. Oh, right. Yeah. I get you now. I get you. So it's like a... I suppose it's like a... what's the word? Just something that like a certain word to describe something that... It's a bit like how I might call a... I don't know what they call it in other parts of the UK or other parts of the world. But if it's like a... kind of like a thick piece of bread. Not bread though, not a loaf of bread. Like a... almost like a butty. So I think people call them a roll, but I would call them a balm. A little bit like that. You're very close to finishing your Shiny Scarlet run. Awesome. That's good. It's a bit sad that you can't record it, but it's good that you're getting towards the end of it. How many shinies have you caught for that? Have you done like a badge quest, or have you done sort of just whatever you wanted? Scarlet was ridiculous. When I did mine, I caught so many shinies. It was, I think I ended up with like 30 because it just, I don't know. It's almost difficult not to find shinies in that game. Like I think if you went through the entire like Scarlet story and you didn't see a shiny, just like a random shiny, you would be unlucky. And you can't say that for a lot of games. Even like I remember when I played Legends Arceus for the first time, and I played through the entire game and I didn't see one shiny. And granted, I was rushing through the story because I was really enjoying it. I was just like playing to find out what happens and things like that. But I just don't see that happening in Scarlet. I feel like you would absolutely see random ones because it's just that good for them. For Christmas, you eat turkey. Yeah, good shout. I think I would usually have turkey for Christmas, but I would still have chicken. I mean, they're not that dissimilar. Oh, you found 7 shinies. Right, okay. 7's pretty good. 7's pretty good. Have you got any that like you are particularly proud of, or you like really like out of those 7? Oh, you've made a rule where the Elite Four turns to a Nuzlocke and you have to catch 12 shinies before the Elite Four. Very nice. Very nice. The Elite Four. I don't know if you played Scarlet before. I didn't think the Elite Four and Champion were that bad in Scarlet. I thought they were quite... from what I remember, I think I had quite a few instances where like one of my Pokemon would sweep an entire team of like the Elite Four member I was like against. So I think like Corviknight took on the... what was it now? Oh, the Steel types because of like body press. My Lycanroc took on Larry's like flying team. I think I struggled against the Dragon guy. And I maybe struggled against Rika a little bit because I don't think I had a very good like team for those specific people. But and then Gita was so easy to beat. But like, it just depends on your team, doesn't it? Sometimes you can literally just use one Pokemon to sweep, and sometimes you will lose 2 or 3. It just depends. Oh, you're hatching Corsola eggs, nice. Well, fingers crossed you find... I'm assuming you're going for a shiny Corsola. Fingers crossed you find it. Are you going for Jotonian Corsola, or are you going for Galarian Corsola? Leon is much harder. Yeah, ooh, you've got me here. I don't know whether... Leon... I think it's harder than Gita, yeah. I don't remember Leon being particularly challenging, though, in general. Because I beat Leon with baby Pokemon. That's a video on my channel. It's one of the only, like, not shiny-only videos that I do. I had a lot of fun in that challenge. And I beat Leon with baby Pokemon, and it wasn't that difficult. I think I had more trouble with who was it? Oh, I can't remember now, but I definitely had more trouble with like other people. Galarian this time, nice. I kind of debated finding or adding a Galarian Corsola to my list for this challenge, but I just I think something else just edged it out, and I kind of went, never mind. Well, good luck. Jotonian Corsola's like a really nice shiny, I think, and it's a Pokemon that I never really use, so I imagine it's like a nice shiny to get and to have. If that's in ZA, I might go for that when I do my shiny only run of ZA. But we see. You've got a Grimmsnarl, Jumpluff, I think is Hoppip's third Evo, Palmet, Dragonite, Dragalge, Salazzle, Midnight Lycanroc, and Salandit as well. So I'm assuming, I mean, yeah, very huge congratulations on Salazzle, because that is a difficult one to get. I'm assuming the Salandit is a male when you were trying to find a female. So, but yeah, congrats, that's a really good shiny. We've only been on stream for 15 minutes and my throat is already like dried out from talking. I'm just like not used to talking so much, I guess. Oh, you have Jotonian Corsola in a dive ball as well. That's a very nice like matching ball for it. Brilliant. Do I think the Gym 5 remakes will be on the Switch too? Oh, I would. It's tough, isn't it? I'm going to say yeah, and the reason I'm going to say yeah is because we know ZA is coming out next year, and presumably the Switch 2 will get announced after that, which means that if I had to guess, Gen 10 would be after ZA, because I would be surprised if they did ZA, which is sort of like a spin-off game. Although actually it might not be. We just don't know yet, do we? ZA could be like a pseudo Gen 10. It could be really big. We don't know. But if I had to guess, Gen 10 would come out after ZA because ZA is sort of a spin-off game. And then we would see a remake or something after that. It seems like they're sort of getting into a rhythm with... It used to be like main series, remake, main series, remake. But now they've kind of got main series, remake, Legends, main series, remake, Legends, or something along those lines. So they've got 3 different choices. So I guess we will see. But we did talk about this the other day, didn't we? Where like I would be very surprised if Gen 10 could be run on the current Switch, because Scarlet and Violet couldn't hack it. So there's no way, surely, that it'll be able to handle Gen 10. I'm a little bit nervous for ZA, if I'm really honest. There's a fairly good chance that ZA could just crumble on the Switch, depending on what they've done with it. If it's Scarlet and Violet 2.0, it's not going to do well, is it? We already know. So I guess we'll see. So you found a full odds Salon on the way to Medali, and it was male, so you waited for a little bit and got to the Psychic Gym, and then you did a Salazzle Outbreak as a redemption. But still, you know, you got it, so well done. Congrats. Either way. It's a very nice shiny as well, Salazzle. Very nice shiny. Yeah. But you almost failed Rockruff. Why did you almost fail Rockruff? What was the did it like have like a recoil move or something? It was on the inside of a mountain. That's frustrating. And it does take a while if you're trying to target a specific like Pokemon's outbreak, doing the whole like date change setting thing, it takes quite a while to find the Pokemon you want. I remember I was trying to look for Girafarig when I was doing my video, and I think it took me like, it didn't take me 2 years, but I had to like go forward virtually like a year into the future on my date settings just to get the Girafarig outbreak, so it can take a while, can't it? Gen 10 on the Switch, oh god, don't scare me. Well, that is what I would be scared of too, but I can't see that being the case. I mean, the Switch came out so long ago now. So long ago. I was... what year was it now? It was when Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee came out, so it was like... We've had, since the Switch came out, we've had... Let's Go, Sword and Shield, Legends Arceus, BDSP, and presumably we're going to have ZA as well on like the regular Switch. So that's a lot of games that over a lot of years. So yeah, 2017. There you go, long time. So long as the entire ocean isn't rendered at all times, you sure it will fare better? Well, I mean, to be fair, I do agree. I massively agree. But then at the same time, my brain's like, well, but why didn't they fix that? You know what I mean? Shiny Corso, you've already got it. Congrats, well done. So, 20 minutes that took you. 20 minutes. Well done. Did, Egg 19, how many eggs have you got? How many spurs have you got? I'm a little bit worried for what the answer's going to be now. I feel like you might have like 500 eggs or something spare. Oh, 6.5 boxes left. That is one of the only downsides, isn't it, to collecting the eggs in advance? Because you can't do anything with eggs. What I really don't understand is why you can't just discard eggs. Why can't there just be like a send them to the professor setting, or you know, like something like that? Because I don't know. I just find it a bit strange that it's like. Imagine seeing it. Imagine working at the release centre, seeing 6 boxes with Corsola eggs. Yeah, I don't know. It just that is literally it. Oh, at least you've got. At least you only want. At least you want 2. That's good. That's good. Yeah. So you've if anything, you've got less work on your hands because you've got those boxes now. But yeah, I don't really collect them in advance just for this reason, because even though it's nice just having them to like do all at once, I'm more like I'll swap them out as I can. Maybe like I'll collect like a box in advance at most. But it's worked out for you, so you're all good. Ooh, should you go for Shiny for Coco or Annihilate? It's a good question. Because you've got a fire type. I suppose Skeledirge though is Ghost as well. You know, so you could, if you wasn't happy with the fact that it was fire, you could just count it as a Ghost type. Let's have a look at what other Pokemon you've got again. Yeah, because you've got Pawmot, haven't you? And Pawmot is fighting type or part fighting type. So I suppose you could say the same for Annihilate. So it's up to you. Up to you, really. Annihilate's a cool Pokemon though. But I think for me, I think I'd go Skeledirge, but that's just me. Oh well, that's very nice. You wanted to pay most of your attention to the stream. That's lovely. It's going to be intriguing to see whether we get this today. I think there's a good chance I might find this today. I don't know why. But I've got a little bit of a feeling. Ah, that's fair. So Pawmot isn't on your. It might not be on your team. That's fair. Then I guess maybe Annihilate them. I mean, if you're doing a Nuzlocke, I suppose your best bet would be to go and look at Cerebi or another, you know, sort of site like that, and try and work out which one would be best for you through the Elite Four, because you don't want to get there and realise that the other one would have been better in a Nuzlocke. Name a Pokemon from Scarlet before the Elite Four that would fit in your team. Let's have a little look. So you've got Fairy. It's Grimmsnarl's Fairy Dark, isn't it? And you've got Grass Flying, Ignore Palmer, Dragon Flying, Dragon Poison, Fire Poison, Rock. Let's think of the Elite Four members now. So you've got... The first one's Ground, isn't it? So you've got Jump Bluff for that. Second one's Steel. You've got Fire types, and you're going to probably have a Fighting type, so you're going to be fine with them. In fact, Salazzle would be perfect for that as well, because Poison, so it would cover... oh no, it wouldn't, ignore me. But Salazzle's good for that regardless. What else? Who's the... Oh, it's Larry, isn't it? Flying types. Have you got any coverage for flying types? I suppose you've not got any coverage for flying. Oh no, you have. You've got Lycanroc. Then it's Dragon, isn't it? So... You've got Dragonite. Maybe like a Fairy type would be good for you. Maybe like... What Fairy types would be good for you? Tinkerton could be good. But I can't remember what they're like to shiny hunt. I feel like they might have been a Pokemon where the difference was subtle and it was difficult to shiny hunt, but I can't fully remember. Oh yeah, you've got Grimmsnarl, haven't you? Good point. I'm not sure then. To me, that sounds like you've got quite a lot of bases covered, and Geeta is... I wouldn't even worry about Geeta, because not a very good champion. Like, all you've got to do with Geeta really is, like, just set up and then sweep. And I don't remember that being particularly difficult to do. So yeah, sounds like you're pretty set. I would say just pick Pokemon that you like, or what like want on your team. You know what I mean? Like just go from your own personal preference. Because from what you've from the team you've got, it sounds like you've got a really good matchup in the Elite Four. But I can't remember the Elite Four properly. That's the only thing that you'd have to like double check on. Like I said, on Cerebi or something like that. But just off the top of my head, it sounds like you've got a Pokemon for every member that will do really well. So you've seen it, a shiny Yamper in Sword without catching it. I agree with Human. Maybe it's like a It's like a surprise trade thing. Because it seems like you'd be very I don't know. You'd be very unlucky to have seen it and run away. I don't think you would have seen it and run away, surely. And again, you never know. So it was definitely in the wild. I thought you meant I thought like human you'd meant you were just looking through your Pokédex and it said and it let you do the shiny color or something. So like you was thinking it could have been months ago or years ago. So you're saying like this is recent. You've seen it recently. I do remember Yampa being quite subtle. I suppose it's easily done, isn't it? If you just if you check your phone or if you, I don't know, if you're watching TV while you're playing or something, all it takes is. That's why I'm worried about streaming a little bit, because I'm like, there'll be times where I'm like looking at the chat maybe, I'm not really concentrating, and then I'm like, I'm worried that it's going to pop up and I'm just going to run out of absolute habit. So it is easily done, I imagine. You're also scared about Jumpluff. I mean, Titan's a very cool shiny. Not sure if Frostlass would be more useful or not, but again, I suppose that's just preference. Thing is, I'm not very good for giving advice, especially if it's a Nuzlocke, because I don't do Nuzlocks because I am rubbish at them. My Pokemon battling is more like, if you've ever watched a guy on YouTube called J-Rose11. He has a Kadabra as his mascot. I'm more like him. Like I will play the game, and if I spectacularly lose a battle, I'll just reset and be like, right, what went wrong then? How can I work the AI out? How can I work this battle out to get it better? And I enjoy that a lot more. Don't get me wrong, I think people who do Nuzlocks, and I think people who like Spectre, where they they'll do all the calculations and then they'll go into a battle. That's really cool and that's really admirable. But for me, a little bit of the magic is lost, knowing that I calculated what would happen in this battle beforehand. I wouldn't really like that. I'm more of I experience it. If it goes terribly, I do it again, and I'm like, right, I'm going to learn from that. And that's just how I prefer playing. Yeah, J-Rose is really cool, isn't he? Very, very cool guy and very good YouTuber. Watched a lot of his challenges. A lot. He's a lot of fun to watch. And he's one of the OGs, I would say. J-Rose did some cracking videos back in the day. I mean, he still does. He still posts some really good stuff. But I always admired him a lot because he would use his I think it's called like a Retron 5 or something. It's like a capture card sort of device thing but you can use it with your old DS or your Game Boy or something. You uses stuff like that. I just think it's very cool. Frostlass has Ghost, Fury, and Ice type moves it can use, but Sir Titan has the most base health in the whole game. Well, that's what I mean. It's if you research your the Elite Four members that you're going to be doing the Nuzlocke on, see if there's any that might pose you a threat. So let's say Frostlass. I don't know what its base stats are. I can't remember off the top of my head. But let's say it has really good special attack, but the Elite Four member that it's going to be useful against has Pokemon with really good special defense. Well, then it's not as useful, is it? Because it's kind of like it's fighting fire with fire. So what you might be better doing in that instance would be, if Sir Titan has really good attack and the Elite Four member that it's going to be useful against has poor defense, then that will be useful. So yeah, just have a little look and see what you think's best, I guess. When will I post my next video? Well, this is it. This is the next video, isn't it? So whenever we finish the challenge, basically, which is probably going to be a while away. So it's probably going to be Christmas, maybe. But yeah, the cool thing is previously, whenever I did these challenges, what we're doing here on stream, where I'm just doing the hunt and I'm recording my encounters, that is all I was doing before. I was just doing it on my own, and now I'm doing that, but you guys get to watch and I get to chat to you, and then at the end of the, when we've completed the challenge and everything, I can use parts from the stream in the videos as well. So it's going to be a lot better for me, even though it's the same thing, if that makes sense. That's fair. Yeah, you thought the run was a bit too easy and you want a challenge. I do understand that, and I do respect that. And that, to be fair, that's why I started the shiny only videos, because I love playing Pokemon, but it was just getting a little bit meh. But I also, like I said, I'm not a fan of Nuzlocking so much, like myself. So I thought this would be a good way to inject some challenge into it, and really make me connect with my Pokemon as well. Like when you were a kid and you would catch Pokemon and you would actually treasure them. You'd be like, oh my god, I love my starter. It's so good. And then, I don't know, as you get older, you're just a bit like, yeah, this game's easy now, and you just go straight through it, and then at the end of the video, at the end of your game, you're like, yeah, I beat it. Whereas now, when I'm doing the shinies, I imagine this is how people feel when they do Nuzlocks as well. I actually really like my team. You know what I mean? I'm fully invested in them. So yeah, that I do understand. You love watching Gentle Dude. I do know him. Sorry, not know him. I just know who. I know his channel. He does some good videos. And he's got a very cool sort of artwork for his channel. I really like his mascot and his banner and things like that. And he does some good thumbnails and stuff. He just seems like a very good YouTuber. I actually don't know Zango. I don't think. Why did he call him a cabbage? Do they not like each other, or is this I don't know? Is it just a joke? Don't know. Anyway, I don't think I know Zango. Your favourite Pokemon is Oddish. Good, it's a good favourite. A good favourite. I like Oddish too. Oddish is an OG. My favourite Pokemon are Gligar and Gliscor. Those are my like two, but probably Gligar more. So, yeah. I need to get like well, I want to get like a tattoo of Pokemon soon, but I don't know what to get. I don't know whether to get Cyndaquil, which was my first Pokemon, and is like my channel mascot because of that, or whether I get Gligar, but I can never find any good like sort of like examples of people who've already got a Gligar tattoo. It doesn't seem like many people have got Gligar as a tattoo. Well, I can find lots of Cyndaquil ones, but I feel like I need to. That's what I want next. It was your first ever shiny. You were almost late to school because of it. Was that in Let's Go by any chance? Let's Go is very good for shinies in Kanto. Very good. Right, okay, so Zango does shiny only hardcore Nuzlocke. Whew, that's too rich for me. That's too much for me. I couldn't, I would not be very good at that. I would never be able to put videos out because I would just constantly lose all my shinies and lose the video. Right before Brock's gym, yeah. Was it maybe just when you come out of Viridian Forest, that little like patch of grass before you went to Pewter Sea? I think I know what you mean. If that is the place. It is hot in the UK today, by the way, guys. It is roasting. Can't believe it. It's been such an annoying September. Like, it literally has been so cold and rainy, and then out of today just like blistering sunshine. It's bizarre. It's 11 degrees in Norway. Or where you are, at least. Let's have a look. I'll see what my weather app says for here. It is 20 degrees at the moment where I am. 20 degrees. Which isn't like, don't get me wrong, it's not like peak summer weather, but it's quite warm. It's crazy. You had to keep the front door open for a half hour. What was that? Was that because of the pipes? You had to keep the door open. He wants to do a shiny only fighting type run. Is that in Scarlet or is it in Let's Go? No. Anywhere else? Anything else even? Oh bloody hell, he had to come in with a hose. That's not fun. Not when it's cold. Oh, that's a good idea. Spin a wheel for the game that you want to play. The shiny only running. That's a good idea. Yeah, really good idea. Yeah, human. It's I don't know about you, but I always find it really awkward when you get people who have to come in your house to do work. I don't know. I just never know what to do. Like, I'm like, do I wait around near you while you do it? Do you want a drink? Do you want me to just leave and go in there? But what if you need me in a minute? I need to be close enough that you can come and get me, presumably, and you're not walking around the house being like, hello, I'm done, or whatever. But then I get like I just get so awkward with stuff like this, where like I'll sit in the living room and I'll be like, oh, should I put the TV on? Oh no, I'm not. No, because if they need me in a minute, they're going to be coming. Like, and I feel bad because they're working and I'm just sitting here watching TV. I get it's ridiculous. I just get really stupid when people come round for like work. Like, I can't just settle. You just texted anxious like your sibling. That is sort of what I'm like. I just sit like in maybe the room over from wherever they're working on my phone, and I'm like, I don't know. I can't get comfortable because you're like, well, you know, I don't know. I just would find it a bit weird if like there was a work person here and they like came in to get me to ask me a question. They were like, oh, where's the water pipe or whatever, and I was just like sitting back on the couch, feet up, watching an episode of Always Sunny. I don't know, I just feel a bit weird, so I end up just sitting there on my phone, like in my own house, feeling a bit awkward. It's ridiculous. I don't know why I'm like that, but oh, it's 15 degrees where you are. 15's not bad. 15 seems like a nice, happy sort of medium. It was hot today for us. But very, very luckily for me, my job, like not YouTube, my actual job, has like an air-conditioned office, which not many places have, to be fair. I do feel quite lucky about that. So even though it was like really hot today, I was in a nice air-conditioned room. But then I came out of that room and it's like, wow, it is hot. Yeah, that is it. Anything you can think of to pass the time, you then kind of like, you're like, oh no, I'm not going to do that. You know, I don't know, I'll do that later or whatever. Like, I'm not going to do anything while they're here just in case they need me. And oh wow, is there a lot of bots? I didn't know you could block people on the surprise trading. Is that legit? I didn't know you could do that. I always just thought the bots were, were bots and that you couldn't do anything. I have watched Sherlock, yeah. So hopefully that scores me some British points. Sherlock is a fantastic show. Well, actually, I suppose, are you talking about the Benedict Cumberbatch one? Or are you talking about the Robert Downey Jr. like film? Because I have watched the Robert Downey Jr. film, but I'm not really a fan of it. but the Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock is a 10 out of 10. It is so good. Great series, there you go. But, right. I mean, you probably will have heard of this already. But does everybody know the thing with Benedict Cumberbatch's name? Where you can basically say anything and someone will go, oh, you mean Benedict Cumberbatch? So like, let's say, so my wife calls him, Sausage and Egg Man, and it still works. It still works. If you say something like, you know, Benadryl, Pumpkin Patch, people know you mean Benedict Cumberbatch. You can say whatever you want, and people will go, do you mean Benedict Cumberbatch? It's brilliant. Oh, it was your birthday yesterday. Oh well, happy belated birthday, man. I mean, that is pretty sad that it was raining yesterday. It was. I seem to remember it was not great weather here either, but and then it's been beautiful today, hasn't it? On a Tuesday of all days as well. It's a Tuesday. Give us that on a weekend. I am glad though it has started being a bit more sunny, because September is usually quite nice in the UK, and I remember like the last couple of weeks I've been thinking what is happening, because I remember September being really like nice usually. Even if we have a bad summer, we have a good September. So seems like it's on its way. Right, okay, so you can block people in Sword Shield. Oh, that makes sense, I suppose, because they have actual like profiles, don't they? Whereas on the other games, it's just like surprise trade. You don't necessarily know who you're gonna get. So yeah, that's cool. I'm now 7% British. Did I only get 1% for watching Sherlock? I need a bit more than 1%. Because Sherlock was fantastic. When you was in Edinburgh, you were in a museum and you voiced the movie there. It's pretty cool. When you say you voiced the movie, do you mean the series? Because I do remember the museum episode, but I don't know if that was in Edinburgh or not. Oh man, was we up to double digits? That's pretty cool. I think it fluctuates quite a bit for the concurrent viewers. We have had double digit audience before, but you know. It happens. I don't mind. I'm just enjoying streaming and chatting to you guys. And you are right, yeah, we're already an hour in. Nuts. That's gone by like that. How many encounters have we had as well? I think 120? So not bad in an hour. It was a museum movie in a real museum about plants or something. Oh, I don't know, to be fair. But he's been in a lot of films, hasn't he, Benedict Cumberbatch? He's been in a lot of stuff. I really like him in. If you've never seen it, it's a very good film, very interesting film. It's called The Imitation Game, and it's basically about in World War II, Germany had like a code where they would send all the communications and things like that, and none of the Allies could crack this code, but it was the key to winning the war, because if they could crack the code, then they knew what the Germans were going to be like doing and things like that, and presumably other countries as well. And Benedict Cumberbatch plays a portrayal of a man who was called Alan Turing. You'll have heard of like the Turing test before, which was, I think, to do with like to determine whether something's like sentient or not. It's like questions or whatever. But he led a project for cracking the German code. I think it was called Enigma, and it's just the movie about his life. It's like what he was like, how the project went, and then how he was treated afterwards. He wasn't treated very well, which is a shame because he was, he was a hero, but he was not treated well. So yeah, but it's a good film. It's certainly an interesting watch if you ever get the chance to. You'll have to look up the museum movie. I wonder what it was. It does not feel like an hour, does it? It never does though. We have a good time. Well, I do. And it definitely helps me because when I used to... Well, like I said before, what I'm doing now is exactly the same as what I did for all of my other challenge videos, except I just recorded the footage and I wasn't streaming. So what I'm doing at this exact moment is exactly the same as what I did in those videos, except instead of just watching some pointless series that I'm not really bothered about, I'm chatting to you guys and I'm actually really enjoying myself, and time is passing a lot faster. So yeah, thank you, because you are helping me alleviate any like boredom from it, you know what I mean? I mean, not that shiny hunting is boring. It's exciting, if anything, because you just don't know what you're gonna get. You don't know when you're gonna get it. But obviously there's a lot of downtime, isn't there? But you're just doing the same thing over and over again, so it can get boring. Especially when you're on like sort of a schedule, when you're like, oh, I want to get this challenge done. You know what I mean? Dynamic Earth is a museum about geology. It's a real place, and inside there was a movie theatre for this movie about geology, and coincidentally Benedict Cumberbatch voiced it. Oh, right, interesting. That's cool. Very cool. That would be quite that would be quite mad, just go into like a museum and then hearing something that Benedict Cumberbatch voiced. I feel like you wouldn't expect that, you know what I mean? You'd show up and you'd be like, I don't know. I wouldn't expect that. I'd be like, oh, it's Benedict Cumberbatch. Hello, ZX Finland. Are you new here? Or maybe lurked before? It's nice to see ya. We haven't found the shiny yet. We're still going. Yeah, you're right. The only shiny we've found so far is your... Oh god, that was my chair. Sounded like it... That didn't sound good, did it? It sounded like it was going to break. Yes, the only shiny so far is your Galarian Corsola. Yeah, I have a feeling that you might find your second shiny Galarian Corsola before I find this. Well, you definitely will, but I mean, before this, like in this stream. Oh, very nice. You've watched my videos before, but you've not caught a stream before. Well, that's okay, you know, but I'm glad you... Thanks for watching my videos. That's really nice. I hope you enjoyed them. But yeah. I'm doing a bit of streaming now, because it's... Well, I just think it's fun. It's nice to talk to you all. And get some live reactions for the shinies and stuff as well. So yeah, I think it'll be a regular thing now on the channel. So if you're ever around in future, I'm sure you'll be able to catch me again. But yeah, thanks for joining. He may have done. He may have left. Not sure. Haven't heard from him in a little bit, but maybe that's just because the shiny hunting. We'll have to see. I know, 19 eggs. That is some good luck. Some real good luck. I'm trying to think of my like lowest. Oh, I already know it. My lowest shiny hunt ever, which is wild when I say this, but it's the 99 soft reset Chimchar in Brilliant Diamond. That's absolutely nuts to say that. I can't believe that that's my like lowest encounter shiny. It's crazy. Yeah, you've still got a lot of boxes, haven't you, of Galarian Corsola. A lot of boxes. But I mean, that's, I suppose, so 5 boxes is what, 150? And the odds, I'm assuming you do Masuda. I'm guessing they're like, is it 1 in 500 and something? So you've got a good chance. And you're playing Heart Gold. Nice. It's been ages since I played Heart Gold. I love it so much. I really wish that I had a DS capture card so I could do a Heart Gold shiny run. That would be brilliant. Although we were talking about the other day, I would love a Let's Go Johto, but I don't think that's going to happen, so unfortunately. But maybe there'll be a Johto remake at some point. Hey, I'm not locked in. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. You haven't found the shiny yet? It's probably going to be a while yet. I did have a feeling that I was going to get it today, but I don't know why I've got that feeling, because we're not even at half odds yet, so I guess we'll see. Yeah, you do Masuda with the charm. Okay. So I guess you've got like about a third odds, haven't you, of finding it? So brilliant, yeah. So you're playing on you're playing it on an emulator, but the Totodile was a full odds one. Very nice, very nice. And I don't blame you for playing on an emulator. You know, it's in my opinion, it's just criminal that Pokemon will not put remakes on the Switch. It's, I know we talked about this the other day, but yeah. They're very expensive for a copy of Heart Gold or Soul Silver now, or any of the other games. And then on top of that, you've got the fact that the eShop's closed down. And on top of that, you've got the fact that, like, particularly for me, I've got some cartridges, so I've got, in fact, I can show you them. I've got Black 2, Soul Silver, and Ultra Moon. Well, that one's blended in a little bit. All very good games, but I also have Platinum as well, but I just don't have a box for it. And my like Platinum cartridges started going a little bit like dodgy, where it won't save. Oh, sorry, no, it will save, but it crashes a lot, so you have to save constantly, which isn't fun. I'm talking, it crashes every 5 minutes. It's like how you're holding the DS will control whether or not it crashes. You have to like hold it really still, so that's just not fun. And I actually think my Soul Silver cartridge has started to go a little bit funny as well. And, you know, when you consider that, really, you've got to buy them like second hand from somewhere, and they're like a ridiculous amount of money now. It's just not fair. So I don't blame you for playing an emulator at all. Oh, have you got more than, have you got more, almost like 250 eggs then? Oh, interesting. So from Gen 6 upwards you can buy Japanese copies, which sell for much cheaper, and change the language. I did not know that. But then, let me think, so Gen 6 is XY, isn't it? So, to be fair, I don't, in my experience, Gen 6 hasn't been that expensive for me. I've been into like second-hand places and seen like Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, and then the Switch games. Like I've seen them before, and they've just been like kind of like not cheap, but not like Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Platinum, Emerald. You know, the price of those games. But yeah, still a good tip. Good tip. Oh, I'm with you. Sorry, I get you. It's 50-50 because either you get it or you don't. I get you. Sorry, I thought you meant you had more. You had more eggs than what I thought you had. I'm a very literal person, I think, unfortunately. I think sometimes if people give me like a statement and my brain can like read it literally, it just does. It's annoying. You're quite literal too. It's a blessing and a curse, I guess, isn't it? It's like, sometimes it helps, and sometimes people are like, no, that's not what I meant. Yeah, I get that. Straight to like the logistics of it, like, how would you check if someone's brushed their teeth? Because surely the only way you would know is if the toothbrush was wet, or if you saw them doing it. I know what you mean. Mine's like, I've been told that if somebody asks me a question about something, and it's a general question, I won't expand on things in the way that other people will. So like, let's say, I don't know, let's say somebody said, you know, like, how was your day today? I'd probably just be like, yeah, it's alright. But then if somebody went, how was your day today? And how was, you know, this, how was this person? I would then remember that I'd be like, oh, that person had some huge news. But if you only ask me about me, I will only tell you about... Did you get what I'm trying to say? Like, my brain doesn't go, oh, by the way. You know what I mean? So... it's silly. My wife does not play Pokemon. No, she's not really a gamer. Not really into games. She used to be. She used to like Final Fantasy, and I think Animal Crossing and Sims, and we played a little bit of Overcooked together. But yeah, just in general, she's not a Pokemon player. Not really her style. But when we have a kid, you can bet they'll be playing Pokemon. I hope. Yes, you do get to keep these Pokemon. So if you, when we find the shiny, if it is Vulpix as an example, I will be able to catch it, and it will count towards my like points for the gym challenge. I think you get 3. You need 5 points. You get 3 points if you catch a Pokemon, and you get 1 point if you knock a Pokemon out. So as long as I get, so if I catch the shiny, and then I catch another one of them, or I knock the other 2 out, I'll progress through the gym challenge, and I'll have the shiny. So so yeah, it's a very unique shiny hunt, to be fair, because I don't think there's anywhere else in the Pokemon franchise where you can catch a shiny in a gym. And yeah, I think it's very obvious that they were supposed to shiny lock these, and they forgot, because they shiny locked the starters, they shiny locked a lot of the legendaries, but for whatever reason they just forgot about this. I mean, that's my theory, because it just seems like an odd place for shinies to be able to appear. But it's all above board. Lots of people have done it, I think. I never knew about it until I watched Absol Blogs Pokemon, and he talks about it, and I was like, oh, I've got to do that. I have to do that. That's so cool. Yeah. My kid will be a professional Pokemon player. Maybe they will be a full-on YouTuber. Maybe they'll learn the ways of the Force from me, and they'll go on to become an actual Pokemon YouTuber. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? If they made it. Although I used to play quite a lot of football or soccer, if that's what you guys call it. I'm not sure what you call it, but I used to play a lot of football. I played football for since being about 6 years old till being about 23 years old. So at one point it did look like my kid might go on to become a footballer or something, but not now. Not now. I'm not bothered about football anymore. Getting up on a Sunday morning in shorts and a t-shirt while it's like minus 10 degrees and it's raining and it's snowy and it's frosty and it's freezing cold. Nah. No way. Getting up on a Sunday morning, staying in my pyjamas, chilling, playing Pokemon. Yeah. I like that. I like the sound of that. They did shiny lock that Corvisquire, didn't they? I know the one you're on about. It's just before you get to Galar Mine number 1. It's on the fence, isn't it? Where, you know, where Sonya kind of like takes you and she says like, "Oh, look over this hill," and there's like a building. She's like, "That's one of the." Is it like an energy processing plant or something from the mine? But there's a Corvusquire there that's shiny locked. It's odd. I know when Absol did his badge quest, he like glitched the. Oh no, he might not have done it. He might not have glitched it. He was trying to glitch the bike onto the water before he had the bike with the water attachment, because apparently you can like ride it at a certain angle and it like goes on the water. But he got that the Crawdaunt in Turfield. That's like a one-time spawn. I don't know if that's like meant to be shiny locked as well, but there you go. He did get that. So it's weird because they shiny lock some of them and they don't shiny lock others, and I don't really know what the rationale behind it is. I have to imagine that they like forgot to do it in this gym. But then why would they shiny lock the Corvusquire but then will not shiny lock the Crawdaunt? I don't know. It's like they don't know what they're doing. Hey Tony, thanks for joining. We're still going, we haven't found it yet. So you've joined at a good time, potentially. If we get it soon, you've joined at a really good time. Do I ever stop evolving a Pokemon? I do, yeah, sometimes. It depends on what it is. Trying to think of an example. I will stop evolving a Pokemon if there's a certain move that I want it to like learn. Like a level that it'll learn it a lot earlier if it learns it at its earlier evolution than its later evolution. But there are one or two Pokemon that I prefer staying as the Pokemon that they are. So let me think of an example. Sometimes I do evolve Gligar into Gliscor, but I do love Gligar, so I would probably keep Gligar, you know, because it's my favourite. I would probably keep that as it is most of the time. I have a weird, like, I really like Elekid. Even though I like Electivire even more, there will be times where I will just, like, I'll just, like, have an Elekid on my team. I did that for Legends Arceus the first time. I had an Elekid and an Apom, and they stayed as those Pokemon. So yeah, I mean, do you do that? Do you like keeping Pokemon at like earlier evolutions, or do you always fully evolve them? Shiny Dragonair stays a Dragonair, yes. In my book it does. I much prefer Dragonair shiny. Yeah, it is. It's annoying when they shiny lock them. I don't know why. I don't know. Sometimes I understand why they do it, and sometimes I don't. As an example, so they shiny lock the starters in this game, don't they? Right? But you can breed to get a shiny of them later. So I'm like, why would you shiny lock them? To be fair, Human did give a good reason for that, and it was because they said that it might be they don't want you to spend forever at the start of the game. They want you to play the game and not be soft resetting shinies, which is fair. Legendaries, I think they do it because maybe they want to limit what you can and can't get, but then you get in this game and they're all like virtually all available in Dynamax Adventures. So I don't know. Game Freak continue to mystify me about the decisions that they make, because they just make so many strange ones. I am kind of hoping for one specific one, Tony. Yeah, I would love to get Vulpix. I think that I will get Sizzlipede. but I would be fine with all three. They're all, you know, they're all really good shinies. They're all really good Pokemon. And it's fun because it's quite a random hunt. Like my other hunts for this challenge so far, Rookidee was random because it was on Route 2 and there was all kinds of different Pokemon I could get. So I was quite happy with Rookidee because it could have been Blipbug, or it could have been like Nickit. That's got a good shiny, but I just didn't want it. So I quite liked Rookidee. Tyrogue was a targeted encounter, so it was only ever going to be Tyrogue, and so was Slowpoke. So it's quite nice to have a random one again. But yeah, if I had to pick, I would go Vulpix personally. Look at you for 1400 encounters. Thank you so much. You're such a good one. Do you know that? That's really nice. Thank you for that. For 1400 encounters, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. I mean, we've nearly done 200. We've only been going for an hour and 20 minutes. Which doesn't sound like very much, but it is, I would say. It's pretty good. Well, thank you very much. That is, again, you don't need to, but I really appreciate it. Makes my day. And just think, you've been here for all 1,403 encounters. I would agree, human as well. Yeah, we're shiny hunters. It cannot be helped if we would like to spend days before we actually start the game. Nothing wrong with it. But we did talk about this the other day, didn't we? That Game Freak have a very specific vision for what they want you to do in a Pokemon game. They do not like Nuzlockers. They do not like it when you try and play the game in a way that they did not intend for you to play that game. And so, sadly, there does come a bit of a point where it's like they will make decisions like the shiny lock in the starters because they want you to just play the game. But yeah, it is a bit sad. What's the longest shiny hunt I've ever done? Ooh, it's a good question. That's good. That's good, human. More like Control Freak. Oh, that's good. And true as well. Very true. Topical. Yes, longest shiny hunt I've ever done. It's a difficult question because so for Sword and Shield and for Brilliant Diamond, I counted my encounters. I had this little well, at the minute we're doing it on the screen, but before that I had this little mechanical counter that I would click and it would go up by 1. So I used that for the entire BDSP challenge. So in that video and in this game, I knew what my encounters are. I can see exactly how many I've got. But in Scarlet and Violet and in Legends Arceus, I didn't count my encounters because there's just so many. You know, there's so many Pokemon on screen all the time that I would have literally been clicking that little clicker over and over and over and over and over again. I just didn't want to do that. So it's hard to pin down specifically which one's the longest shiny hunt I've ever done, but if I had to guess, it probably would be in BDSP, and it would probably only be 3015 soft resets for the Spiritomb. Now, there were other hunts in that challenge where I think we went over 3015 soft resets, or encounters. However, because of the sheer amount of time it takes per encounter for that Spiritomb, it was like, I think it took me about 40 hours to find. Almost. I think it was like 37.6 or something like that. Oh, 1 second, we've got a visitor. Bucky's coming in. Come on, dude. Oh, Ray, look, I've got your little bed. Come on. There you go. Made him a little bed on a footstool behind me. So he's got somewhere to sit. But I don't know if he will sit there or not. We'll see. Dachshunds are particularly notorious for wanting to just sit on someone's knee. Yeah, 40 hours. So 40 hours, do you know what, is quite a long time. The reason for that was because it was 45 seconds per soft reset. So I would load the game up. It'd take like 40 seconds to load, 5 seconds for Spiritomb to appear on the screen, and then I would just reset and do that over and over again. So after 3015 times, it added up to quite a lot. But I got really lucky in BDSP. Some people, you know, it took thousands of encounters. Like thousands more than I had to do. There's a channel called Cool Pikachu, I think. They're in my like channel section. At the very at the bottom, like where my videos are, it'll say like other like cool creators or whatever. They had a really good video for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and they took like, I remember some of the hunts went on for like 7,000-8,000. So I got quite lucky, really. BDSP I didn't go over odds once, but Spiritomb was probably the longest. And I got the shiny Chimchar in 99 soft resets, which was so ridiculously lucky. I think that only took me about 5 hours. Whereas if you do the briefcase hunt in BDSP and you do go full odds, it's 102 hours to get full odds. I added up how much it would be. 102 hours. And that's just to get full odds. That's not to even... You might not even find it in 4,096 encounters. So... pretty crazy. Somebody... In fact, actually, this will blow your mind. Somebody commented on one of my Brilliant Diamond videos the other day, and they said that to find the shiny Chimchar in BDSP, it took them 27,000 resets, which was about 800 hours. That is dedication. Truly. I think we definitely can be dedicated, yeah. I don't know about me. I don't know how dedicated I would say I am. I feel like there's people who are much more deserving of credit shiny hunting wise than me. I've gotten a bit lucky over the years. But I suppose the video making is time consuming in itself, so oh, next door's dog's going mad. Don't know if you can hear that. That's not our Bucky. He's sitting nicely behind me. Oh, he loves his bed. I still can't get over that Not Ask's been donating. Thank you, man. Really. It's very nice. How can someone just do the same thing over and over for 800 hours? Well, this is it. I suppose it's oops, didn't mean that. It is just a waiting game. For me, I don't think I could go for that long. I think if I had started doing the BDSP video and it went to like 10,000 encounters for that briefcase one, I don't know. It's hard to say, isn't it? Because I suppose at that point, you're already in it. So, if you stop doing it, you're like, but I've just spent I've just done it for 10,000 encounters, which is like 250 hours, something like that. So, if you stop, then that 250 hours means nothing. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of agree with you. I think I would get sick of it by that point. But I have an okay level of patience, I think. I mean, we've been hunting this for how long now? Maybe like 10 or 11 hours. Not continuously, but over the last week or so, we've been hunting this for about 10 or 11 hours. And I'm still enjoying myself. Still going. But I think if this went to like 200 hours, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would carry on or not. I had another look at the poll yesterday, which was like the one where people had voted on which shiny they think we're going to find, and it was Litwick was still winning, but it was a lot more even. It was I think it was like 37% Litwick, 32% Vulpix, and 29% Sizzlipede or something like that. It was around that. So it's a lot more even. But the people think it's going to be a Litwick. How many boxes of a Corsair have you got left, human? Are you still going? And, not ask, where are you up to on Heart Gold? Did you beat the Second gym, you were going to Asley Town, wasn't you? You wasn't sure what your second hunt was going to be. Did you lock in what you want, or are you still up to beating the gym? Oh, 3 boxes left. You're getting there. That's gone down quite a lot. I'm not locked in. What sort of Pokemon do you like playing them? Or do you kind of just like watching people play them? If you're not so much a shiny hunter, is there anything you like doing in your own playthroughs? My avatar must be absolutely knackered by now, because he's been running around the gym non-stop for the last 12 hours of in-game time. Oh, your guess is 1726 for encounters, okay. It's a good guess. That is a good guess. I wonder if we'll reach that tonight. I don't know. Trying to think of how many we've had 220 encounters in an hour and 40 minutes. So maybe we may just reach that tonight. I'm not sure. I'll be streaming till 10:30, but time differences and everything might make that complicated. So that's another 2 hours. Sorry, no, another 3 hours and 25 minutes that we'll be streaming for. So there's every chance that we could reach that number today. True, honestly surprised nobody's tried to eat Maeve yet. Me too. Me too. Oh, you've only played Sword so far? Okay. Well, Sword's a pretty good one to have played if it's your only, if it's your only game that you played. And you're going to emulate one. I mean, a lot of the older games are just so good. Just so good. I would probably recommend not emulating the old games, like Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, Crystal. Probably wouldn't bother doing those. I would do Emerald or Emerald, Platinum, Black and White or Black 2 and White 2. They're all really good. And Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Really good remix. You're going to try and shiny run Emerald Sea Glass. I've never heard of that. Is it like a... I don't know, like a... Oh, what's the word? I don't know what the word is. Is it like where like somebody's basically taken one of the games and they've altered the code and they've made their own story and they've like basically made their own Pokemon game in a sense? Because that's pretty cool. Oh, look, he's only just joined us and he's decided he wants to go out back outside. So I'll just open this door for him. Go on. Off you go. He's a funny one. May have to take a break soon to go and see if he needs to go out. He did go out right before the stream started, but that was a while ago now. So I'll go and maybe give it till an hour and 50 or so, and then I'll go and see if he needs to nip out. Emerald ROM hack with some beautiful graphics. Oh, that's pretty cool. So it's just a slightly improved Emerald. That's nice. I like that. Yeah, because sometimes you see like ROM hacks or like altered stories where they're just like crazy different, aren't they, to what the real game is. And I don't see anything wrong with that, but I do sometimes think like, oh, maybe I don't think that would be for me. Like I'm pretty sure I've seen a ROM hack once that somebody was explaining where it was like in the Pokemon world, but in the aftermath of like a nuclear disaster or something. And I was just like, what? So I don't think that would be for me personally. But the Emerald one sounds really good. Just sounds like a nice sort of like little improvement. Yeah, it's like each to their own. I don't think people shouldn't enjoy them or anything like that. You know, if you like that, that's really good. And I think sometimes there's so much time between Pokemon games, and often like, you know, the story it's not got much replayability in it, has it? It's you play the game with the same story every time. It's just the Pokemon that you use that changes, and the challenge that you put in for yourself that changes. So I can understand why people want to play games where it's new stories and stuff. But yeah, basically that human like Fallout New Pikachu. People sometimes with the ROM hacks just change them so drastically that I'm like, that doesn't really seem like Pokemon to me, so it doesn't appeal to me because it's so out there that it's just not what I like in a Pokemon game. And I don't know, even as I've gotten older, I still quite like that Pokemon is not made for children, but it's not this super serious story, and it's not this super serious set of circumstances and stuff. It's not a game that has like grown with its audience. It's just a game that's marketed towards the same sort of age groups. I quite like just getting into a Pokemon story and it being light-hearted and fun. I don't really want to like play a Pokemon story where, don't get me wrong, I probably would play some sort of R-rated Pokemon game. I probably would play a game where it does have a serious storyline, but I just like Pokemon in the format that it's in. But that's just me. Is this a Nuzlocke or it's just a shiny only? I'm not very good at Nuzlocks, so it would be a huge failure, I think, if I had made it into a Nuzlocke. So yeah, it's just the same as my other videos. If you have seen any of those, I just play the game. I like document my adventure, but I do it with the stipulation that I can only use shinies, because for me it just puts a bit of extra challenge into the game. And in a lot of my videos as well, like I'll talk, funnily enough, about the story a little bit. Like I'll like not evaluate the story, but I'll make comments on it, and I'll kind of talk about what I liked and what I didn't like, and what I think they could have done better. I.e., really liked Arven's storyline in Scarlet and Violet, because it's very true to real life, and it's very grounded, but it's not too serious and like full of like misery. It's just like a good it's just a good story. But then I don't really like the story in Sword and Shield. Like, it just seems a bit, it's just a bit bland and doesn't really have any like substance to it. Welcome back, not ask. I was asking before actually, but you must have gone. But I was saying, have you decided on a new shiny hunt for your Heart Gold, or are you still planning on beating the Ashley gym and then deciding what you're going to shiny hunt next? You've seen a bit of my vids, but it's always when you're about to fall asleep. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Well, yeah, basically, that's what I always do. I just play through the games with shinies, talk about the story, talk about what happened, how the battles went, add a bit of drama in there, bit of flair. It's fun. It is good to have him back again with us in the realm of flesh, as you say. Tell you what I have noticed about Sword and Shield's story, and I'm going to put it in the video if I remember to, but hopefully I will, because I've remembered it for the stream. But Sword and Shield's story, even though the whole stuff with like Chairman Rose and what he's trying to do, where he's trying to like start the darkest day to save Galar in 1,000 years time or whatever it is, like, even though that's bland and there's not really much going on, there's a really good undercurrent of expectations. And when you look at all of the characters in Sword and Shield, they've all got some sort of like expectation placed upon them by someone that they really respect. So if you look at Chairman Rose is adored by the public, so he really wants to like save Galar from this impending doom that doesn't really matter because it's 1,000 years away, but in his head he feels like he needs to live up to this adoration that the public have placed on him or whatever. BD like definitely feels like he needs to live up to the endorsement that Rose has given him, and somewhat stresses about it, but like in like a really cocky way. He's like, yeah, I'm better than everyone else, but it's because he's like wants to live up to that endorsement, and he clearly like looks up to Rose somewhat, even though Rose doesn't even remember his name most of the time. Hop has got Leon to live up to, who's literally the unbeatable champion, and he talks consistently and constantly about like how he wants to become better than Leon and really like make his brother proud and all that stuff. Sonya has got Leon that she didn't live up to in like the trainer sort of side of things, and that's why she went into the professor side. But then she's got a grandmother who's like putting expectations and pressure on her to become her replacement. And then I don't think the player has got any expectations placed upon them. They're one of the only few that don't. But virtually all of the other characters have someone who they don't want to let down, and they really want to make them proud. And so I think the theme of Sword and Shield and Galar is great expectations. It's that all of these characters feel like they need to do well. Otherwise they'll be a failure. And you see it in all of them, like whenever the person that they're trying to like become better than or live up to or make proud, every time they don't quite do that, they look really disappointed. Because I don't know. I hope that explains the point that I'm trying to make. But I noticed it a lot more in these games than I did in any other games. Like BDSP, Dawn, Barry, Professor Rowan, Cynthia. None of them have any like pressure put on them or expectations by other people. But Sword and Shield, every character does, and I think that is supposed to be the theme, even if that's not what the main story is necessarily all about. Nice, Tony. I hope you enjoyed them when you watch them all. But yeah, they are quite good for. I think they're quite good for binging because they're quite long, aren't they? But I just couldn't shorten them down. Well, I could have done, but I didn't want to. I tend to write the script out. So I play the whole game, and then I write the script. And then I record that and I add in all of like the little memes or jokes or whatever. And it's just as long as it is, and if people want to watch an hour, they can watch an hour. If they don't fancy watching it because it's an hour long, they don't have to. But I think you have to just make what you want to. You have to just make what you want to make, don't you? You can't. If I made a video that was an hour and then I cut it down to half an hour, it wouldn't be my video. So. Oh, nice, thank you. I like that. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you like them at that length. I just like talking about everything in the games. Like I don't just like talking about the shinies that I found, or the. I mean, that might change in future because there are going to be certain. I don't know. Like if I do a Legends Arceus Full Odds shiny run, I've already talked about the story a lot in my original Legends Arceus video, so that might not be as long because it's kind of like a duplicate. But we'll see. Maybe I'll have a new perspective, or I'll have like new things to talk about. I'm sure I'll figure something out. Although the longer they are, they do become beasts for editing. The Scarlet one, took me so long to edit. It was crazy. And to try and voice record all of it as well was just like... Because I think the script was... I want to say it was like 25 pages for the Scarlet video. It was ridiculously long. Yeah, I can talk about future video plans. So this will be the next video, Sword and Shield shiny only, definitely, because it's just taking up all of my time at the minute. I couldn't. So when I did the 50 hours in Legends Arceus, that took all of my time, all of my spare time for like a month straight. I was just like zoned in on it. Which was really cool, but I couldn't do another video like that while I'm doing this challenge because it just wouldn't work. So I'll do the Shield shiny only video, and And then after that, I've got 2 ideas actually. I think I know which one I'm going to go with, but if anybody would like to make a suggestion between the 2 of them, or say your preference, you can do. It's probably either going to be Legends Arceus, but I can only use full odds shinies, so no mass outbreaks, no massive mass outbreaks, no perfecting the decks or getting research level 10. I have to hunt them at 1 in 4096. Or Let's Go Eevee, but I can only use full odds. And the reason for that, simply, is that I don't know when ZA is going to come out. It might be early 2025, it might be mid, it might be late. So yeah, so I don't know when that's going to come out, and I'm I've done every game on the Switch, but I don't have a DS capture card, so I can't do anything new. I have to kind of retread something. And I think Legends Arceus or Eevee would be a good one to do at full odds, because we did full odds for BDSP, we're doing full odds for Shield. Scarlet we didn't do full odds, but I just think shinies are so easy to combine in those games anyway that it's like, you know, doing a full odds video wouldn't be as entertaining as it would be in Let's Go, or it would be in Legends Arceus. So yeah, those are the 2 choices really before ZA comes out. There are other options, you know, I could do I did 50 hours in I did 50 hours in Legends Arceus, comparing the different methods. I could do that for Dynamax Adventures. I could do that for the Poke Radar and BDSP. But I think Pokemon Let's Go Eevee, but if I get Chansey, I scream. It's a good suggestion. I feel like there would be a lot of screaming in that one. I saw how many times Johnston got Chansey in his, and it seemed like it was an absurd amount. So, yeah. But yeah, that's the plan. I hope that sounds okay, because that's the trouble now. Is we've done every game on the Switch as of right now. So I need to just try and retread those, but in a new with like a new idea. And I think that full odds in Legends Arceus or full odds in Let's Go could be quite fun. And I kind of want to go to Arceus one more time and then never again. Because, and I think it would work out well with ZA coming out. But then Eevee full odds would also be quite fitting, because Pikachu was the one that kicked my channel off, really. If the Pikachu video didn't do well, I probably wouldn't be where I am. So, a lot to think about. I did have some other ideas. I did consider a video where I caught every shiny starter Pokemon, and you know, I would do that so I would catch some of them in Legends Arceus, I'd catch some of them in Let's Go, I'd catch some of them in Scarlet and Violet, I'd catch some of them in Sword and Shield. But again, I think that would, I don't know. I feel like that's something that maybe I would prefer to do once once the ZA has been done. So my thought process is this: Legends Arceus, but I can only use full odd shinies. ZA, Eevee, but I can only use full odd shinies. And then and then unique ideas like Dynamax Adventures, Poke Radar. I can only trying to find all the shiny starters, things like that. Do you know what I mean? I feel like there's a few more ideas before I get to making videos that are not about mainline games and they're about like interesting kind of things to do as a sidebar. Yeah, Eevee would probably be quite fast. I agree. I think Eevee would be really quick actually. Because Arceus is a funny one. Arceus seems like it would be faster because there's a lot more Pokemon, isn't there, in each area. But I'm positive that in Arceus, if you fly around, so say you flew around the Obsidian Fieldlands, all the Pokemon you see every time you fly around will be that same spawn. So you'd have to go back to Jubilife Village and then back to the Fieldlands again to get new spawns. Whereas in Let's Go, if you just stand, you know, anywhere, like in a patch of grass, every Pokemon that spawns in is a new spawn. So you wouldn't have to keep travelling back and forward, you would just stand around and get the shiny. But then I don't know. Is that even? I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to know which one to do. I think I've just got to go off whatever I feel like doing when we get there. But I will be, whether we do Let's Go Eevee Full Odds Shinies or we do Legends Arceus Full Odds Shinies, I'm gonna stream every part of that. So I'm not going to be doing any of that offline. You know, like how I've been doing the gym battles offline for this one. I won't be doing that for those games. I'll just be streaming the full experience. So that's pretty cool. Something to look forward to. I could emulate a game. You're spot on. My only issue with the emulation is I don't love not using a real cartridge, if you know what I mean. Like I like the shinies that I get to be in my collection, and I can add them to home, or I can, you know, I used to be giving them away to viewers, to be fair. We used to have big giveaways on the channel. I gave away all my Pokemon that I got in Let's Go Pikachu, Legends Arceus and Scarlet. But Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, they were a different breed of Pokemon, you know what I mean? Like I really didn't want to get rid of them. I wanted to keep them. So we'll have to see Sword and Shield. I think I might want to keep these ones as well, because again, they're just, you know, they're going to take me so long to get that I feel like they're going to be like quite special to me. But we'll see. And then there's also kind of the thing of like, I know a lot of people do emulate and upload shiny only videos through emulation, but again, I just kind of, there's a part of me that kind of, it makes me uneasy because it's not a real game. My brain kind of tells me that making videos on it that could be like monetized or anything like that might be tricky grounds, and I do like keeping them as well, or giving them away. So yeah, you know what, Human? I saw that Cyndaquil was very difficult to find in Scarlet and Violet. It's like, isn't it only available in like one like small cave or something like that? So yeah, thank God for Legends Arceus. If I ever do that, thank God for Legends Arceus, because that would make that a lot easier. How much is a DS capture card? they're a bit tricky, DS capture cards, because so I have done a little bit of research on them, and from what I can see, they don't exist as like something outside of the DS. It seems like you have to buy a DS that's got like one installed in it. But the only way you can do that is through buying one from someone who is like who's made it themselves. I don't know how to describe it. It's not like a product that you can just buy from Nintendo, and the capture card isn't just something you can buy from like an online retailer. Like you can buy, like I use an Elgato for the Switch, and that's like, you know, it's a legitimate product. It on all that. For a DS, you have to buy a DS and you have to get someone to install it. There used to be a website that did this, but it's shut down since, and now I don't know what the situation is with getting them. So it's a little bit of a tricky one. Yeah, keeping them is definitely valid, yeah, and same for the giveaways and stuff. You know, if they ever want to give them away, it's nice to have them on the legitimate cartridge, isn't it? I mean, you are right, yeah, a cartridge is just... It is just the same thing, but with a case. I do get that. I'm not saying that, you know, I would never say to people that they shouldn't emulate the games, or they shouldn't do this, or they shouldn't do that, because at the end of the day, it's, you know, it's your decision, and it's what you're comfortable with. I just don't think that I would be comfortable with it, particularly for making videos. And for, like I said, keeping them. And I think maybe that's why I like J-Rose so much, because I know J-Rose, a lot of the videos where he makes on the older generations, he has that Retron 5 thing, which is like the way of like recording them. I don't know what it is, the Retron 5, but to me it kind of sounds like a connector to your Game Boy or your DS or whatever it is. So yeah. Yeah, exactly, and that's it. You can, you know, I was saying earlier on the stream, the Pokemon games, but specifically the older ones now, have become so expensive that if you think, do you know what, I do not want to pay that much for an old game, I'm just going to emulate it, I don't really blame you, because it's a lot. It is a lot. And you know, a few of my older cartridges now don't really work very well. They've definitely started to decline and not work anymore, or work but not work very well, where you have to save so often because they're always crashing. So there you go, a Pokemon Blue for $140. At some point it just becomes, you know, difficult. And even, you know, red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, crystal were available on the Nintendo DS eShop as like a virtual console one, didn't they? But then that's now been shut down, so you can't get them now. And they haven't put that on the Switch. Lord knows why they haven't put that on the Switch, because surely that would be quite an easy port, wouldn't it? You would think. But they haven't. Oops. Oh wow, you've still got your Pokemon trading card game one. I remember that. It was a good game, that. Game Boy Color. I had that as well on the Game Boy Color. It was brilliant. I had all kinds of old games actually for Pokemon. Did anybody ever have Pokemon Pinball? That was a lot of fun. You think they're waiting for something? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just a bit confusing. I don't understand why. Why they haven't. I know why they haven't for other games, like Emerald and you know, Black and White and Sun and Moon and things like that. But for Gold, Silver, Crystal, and Red, Blue, and Yellow that were already virtual console games, I don't know why they deemed them okay to add to the DS but not to the Switch. Seems strange, and it's sad because it would be so good, wouldn't it, to, you know, to try and like do like I don't know, do something in those games that I could like put as a video on the channel, but we just can't. Yeah, there you go. You would buy them if they were on the Switch, but you can't, and you have to buy a DS or a Game Boy, and you've got to get the game as well. Yeah, it is. It becomes quite a lot. So still no shiny. Oh, last box of eggs. Well, I think we'll be lucky if I find the shiny soon, so it sounds like you might run out. What are you gonna do if you don't find it in that like lot of eggs? Are you gonna wait until the next stream, or are you gonna start like working on the next lot? Are you gonna go for a second one, or are you just gonna leave it altogether? Oh, nice, Tony. You've got the pinball as well. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I'm trying to think of what else there was. I remember Pokemon Dash, but I never really had a lot of fun with that. Pokemon Snap was always good, but I don't know. It was not as fun as the normal games for me, but still pretty fun. Oh, I mean, Pokemon. Imagine if we got Pokemon Colosseum, or, you know, Gale of Darkness. Something like that. That could be ported, couldn't it? And you could just say no connection to home. They'll never connect to home, but you can play these games. Would love that. Nice, sounds good, human. Sounds good. The Galarian Corsola, Tony. So he's already found one, but no sign of the second yet. Galarian Corsola was such a strange idea, wasn't it? When you think about how different it is from the Jotonian one. a very good idea, can I just say. I do really like Galarian Corsola, but I just, now that I'm thinking about it, it's vastly different. Yeah, it is a statement. I'm gonna have to turn this light down in a second. I feel like I'm under interrogation or something. So the trouble with these, I got this like streaming light. It's really good. It's really cool. But when it was sunny earlier on, the brightness was all right. But now it's dark. It's like it's too bright. I think I'll go for a break in a minute anyway. I need to go and get another drink and see if Bucky needs to go out. We are at 2 hours and 18 minutes and we are at 1,529 encounters. So 20 encounters in 12 minutes. Maybe if we go to 1,550, about 2.5 hours, and then I'll go for a quick break and then we'll come back and we'll go for the last 2.5 hours or so. I know it's like I don't know how to describe it. It's like I don't know. Like those films where someone goes to another planet and they come back and everybody's aged 50 years, but for them it's only been a day. That's what these streams feel like, don't they? Just seem to go really quickly, and you're like, what? We've been on for 2.5 hours? It's nuts. But that's nice in a way, isn't it? I'm quite glad that people aren't like, it's better than you being like, oh, it's only been 2.5 hours, you know? So I've convinced you to shiny hunt, but you don't know what to hunt. Well, you said you've did you say you've got Pokemon Sword? Have you got the DLC for the Crown Tundra? Because if you have, I would say a good first hunt would be like Dynamax Adventures. They're a lot of fun. Streams extend your life confirmed. Maybe. But I can't say that. Just in case anybody sues me for streams not extending the life, so don't quote me on that. Maractus. I love Maractus. Do you know, I seem to remember Maractus being a Pokemon that, like, when... And there's so many Pokemon like this, can I just say, that over the years I've, like, really grown to love. But Maractus, I think, was a Pokemon that, like, when Black and White first came out, I was like, oh, I do not like this Pokemon. Like, every time I see it, it's just, I'm just like, eh. And now I really like it. I'm trying to think of other Pokemon that are like that for me as well. Has anybody else got any Pokemon like that where you despised them once upon a time, but now you really like them? Chestnut. I used to hate Chestnut, but now I love it. Such a good shiny. Not just such a good shiny. Sorry, such a good Pokemon. You have got the DLC. If you got the DLC, I think Dynamax Adventures is a good first hunt because you might be able to get a legendary. And even if you don't get a legendary, there's a lot of like good Pokemon that you can get in there. I think if you've got the shiny charm, it's 1 in 100, the odds. If you've not got the shiny charm, it's 1 in 300. But it still shouldn't take you that long to find. So, I'd have a go at that. But that's just me. 3 out of 5 dentists agree that Wayfarer streams extend your life. Where are the 2 out of 5? I want a conversation with them. Amora is good, yeah. Amora is a very nice shiny. And just a very nice Pokemon. But yeah, definitely. Really good shout. And yes, if you do go into your Dynamax adventures and say you want to shiny hunt Groudon, don't select it to keep if it's not a shiny, because you won't be able to hunt it again. You need to like pick one of the other Pokemon and then go for Groudon again. Oh, Tony's got a question. Intrigued. Oh, that's a good question. Personally, Trico. I love Sceptile so much, so much. The other two are great. They're all great. But I go Trico. Humans gone Mudkip. I mean, Swampert is amazing, isn't it? Yes, please chat to the remaining 2 dentists. Make them see that they do extend your life. Tell you what doesn't extend your life. Disagreeing that the Wayfarer streams extend your life. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, you was going for Trico as well. I mean, they are all really good. I think Sceptile and Swampert are like they're like the 2 that are the most different, aren't they? You know, you can look at their shinies and be like, wow, that is such a cool shiny, but also really different. But I have come to really like Blaziken shiny as well, because it's like, I don't know, even if it, for me, is probably like what regular Blaziken should look like, I do really like that like dark red colour on it. So, they're all good. They're all good. I love the way you've worded that. Like a mobster. Their life would greatly benefit from supporting you on your stream. Isn't that right? Well, he'll see this. He will see the chat. He will know the next time he has to show up. No, I'm only joking. Don't ever feel pressured to show up for a stream. Unless you're a dentist. Unless you're 2 of the 5 dentists that disagreed. But Demi, you're alright. You're all good. I promise. Unless you're secretly a dentist. I think that was probably the worst mobster accent as well I've ever done. I thought I wouldn't be half bad at that, but no. I'm not usually too bad at impressions, but I did not. That wasn't very good. Hear that, tooth wizards? Brilliant. Right, we're at 1,550 with 2 hours and 27 minutes. So we're what, about 2/3 of the way to the amount that Slowpoke took? So we're getting there. We are getting there. Brilliant. Right, I will be back in 5 minutes. Just go for a little break. But I won't be too long. So I'll see you soon. I am back. Sorry. That's the thing with having a dog. If you let them out and they need to go stay out for a while, kinda gotta just stick with it. Right now, 2 seconds. I've got to cover my camera because for some reason the new streaming light that I bought, to turn the brightness down, it won't let you just turn it down the app. You have to like identify it first, but when you do that it flashes and it's really like it's like a really obnoxious flash. So just a second, let me just... There we go. And now I can turn the brightness down a little bit, because that is outrageous. There we go. Oh, that's better. I don't feel like I'm being blinded or interrogated. Amazing. Oh, what have you been talking about? Let's have a look. Oh, you thinking of nicknames for your Corsola? Awesome. Clarissa is a good one. Clarissa is a very good name for a Corsola. Suits it as well, I think. Caroline. I think Clarissa's good. I think you should stick with Clarissa. That sounds like a really good one. You just reminded me, actually. I need to pick a nickname for my... well, for the Pokemon that we've got here. Well, we don't know which one it's going to be. But it has to be Westworld. A Westworld character, if we remember. So... I've got to try and think of one that suits each of these. The trouble is, it's like you said, it's the it's almost like the gender as well, isn't it? That's what messes me up, is like I can think of a name beforehand, but then the gender might be different, and I might be like, oh, that doesn't suit now to me, so. I mean, I suppose it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, does it? But I don't know, because I can pick a name now like Teddy. Teddy would suit a Vulpix. Wouldn't really suit a Litwick, and wouldn't. Could suit a Sizzlipede. Teddy. Oh yeah. Yeah, but it's not so much that. It's not, I'm not saying specifically like if you were making up nicknames for something, I'm not saying like specifically it has to be male, female. You can choose whatever you want. But what I'm saying is because the characters on the show, like in my head, Teddy is like this like cowboy. You know what I mean? So in my head, it wouldn't suit like a female Vulpix. That's what I'm more getting at. Is if I'm basing them on a show or on a character, where that character is already has like a specific gender, that's where I'm like, oh well, I'm not going to call the female this because that character was a male. That's more what I'm saying. But yeah, if you're just naming your Pokemon whatever you fancy, then yeah, they can be whatever. But I suppose even before that, I can't pick a nickname yet because Litwick is just so different to Vulpix and Sizzlipede that they're not gonna, whatever nickname I come up with, it's gonna be ruined by that first. I have just started watching the next season of Westworld. When I started this challenge, I'd finished season 2. I've now just started season 3, and Aaron Paul's in it. You know, the guy who was Jesse in Breaking Bad. He's very good in it. So I'm thinking his I'd like his name for the next Pokemon, but we'll see. Because I'm trying to go like off personalities as well. Like there's a woman called Charlotte in the show who doesn't seem very particularly clever. She gets outwitted by like the other characters. So I called my Slowpoke Charlotte because yeah, Maeve is like. Is this woman that's she's one of the sort of animatronic characters. So I don't know if anybody knows what Westworld is, but Westworld is a little bit like Jurassic Park, but it's with, instead of dinosaurs, it's like androids. So it's basically sort of like robots that are engineered to give people like a Wild West experience, and the guests, the real people who come to the park, can like do whatever they want to these robots. They can like shoot them, and they can, you know, they can do all kinds of Wild West stuff while they're there. But the robots are stuck there, even though they're very like advanced. They, you know, they basically have their own personalities and are their own people. So Maeve was a character on the show who is like she's really determined and really like brave and daring, and I thought that suited a Corviknight. Hector was like a cow, it was like an outlaw, mean and tough, and but also really nice to the people that he cared about. So I thought Hitmontop was a pretty good connection there. Hello Red, you've got over 2,100 encounters on Galarian Zigzagoon. Well, good luck. It sounds like you're well on your way. It could be right around the corner. I mean, once you start getting to that number of encounters, the law of averages says that you know, it should be coming along soon. So fingers crossed for you. It's a very good shiny. That whole line is brilliant. And I actually quite like regular Zigzagoon, Linoon, Shinies as well. And they're pretty cool. Are you just hunting it like post game, or are you doing like a shiny only run? Oh, nice. There you go. You've answered my question. You're doing a shiny only playthrough. You're going to get a Toxel and a Roly-Coly. Very nice. That sounds great. So are you going for like specifically Galarian Pokemon? Or do you think you'll get any that are, you know, from other generations as well? Those are some really nice ones. Roly-Coly is such a cool Pokemon. I don't really like Carkol or Carkol. And Colossal is pretty good. I think pretty good. But Roly-Coly is like such a cool little design, isn't it? I'll be honest, I can't remember what Toxel and Toxtricity shinies look like. But they're very cool Pokemon, so I imagine they're nice. Oh, it goes pink. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. I can't believe I can't remember that. Because it sounds like it would be really nice looking. Like I would think that I would have remembered that. How are you planning on getting those? Are you going to do some... I'm guessing for Toxel you'll do like egg hatching, and then for Roly-Coly maybe you will, I don't know, will you do like random encounters in Galar Mine or something like that? Which one of these three do I want the most? That's a very good question. I would like Vulpix the most, I think. The community seems to think that we'll get Litwick. And I seem to think that I'm going to get Sizzlipede. So it's quite split. There's what I want, what I think I will get, what everyone else thinks I will get. And each answer is different. So whatever we end up with, somebody will win. For prediction. But they're all really good Pokemon. And they're all really good shinies as well. So I think, you know, no matter what, it'll be fine. Oh, you've hatched all your eggs. All normal. No more shinies. Well, at least you did find one in 19. That is pretty cool. Lovely. Sounds good. Sounds like a good plan as well, because sometimes I think it's very good to plan, isn't it, in advance. Sometimes you like I've picked some Pokemon before to shiny hunt in these challenges, and then I've got to the logistics of shiny hunting that Pokemon, and I've been like, oh, that's going to be too difficult, or like that's not going to work. I'd probably phase quite a lot and things like that. So it's good to have a plan. Oh, just a sec. reckon Bucky's causing trouble. Come on. Come on. Out from under the desk. There's stuff down there that might be wires and stuff. Come on. Put you in your bed. There you go. Okay. You wish Sizzlipede changed more? Do you mean in its shiny form? I do agree, but to be fair, Scorcher's got quite a nice shiny. Particularly like in battle, because you can see the back sprite. I do really like the greeny kind of colour that it changes to. So that's good. I think if Scorch was as not subtle, but if it didn't have as much of a change in it, then I would be pretty gutted if I found that one. But as it stands, I think that's not too bad. Yeah, I get that. Because it's only the back that changes, isn't it? It's like the front is pretty much the same. I think Tony predicted earlier that we would find this at 1,726 encounters. And we're not too far away from that number now. I would imagine we'll get to that number tonight. So we'll see. I kind of agree with you, particularly on Sizzlipede's shiny changing for this. I would like it to be a bit more noticeable because if I miss the sparkle, my brain is not going to register that it's a shiny. So it would have been nice for it to look like a shiny, but we'll see. I don't think you know sometimes whether your brain is going to recognise the shiny or not until it pops up. You know, sometimes I'll think, oh, that's so subtle that I won't be able to tell. Unless I see the sparkle, I will not be able to tell. And then it comes on screen and I'm like, immediately like, oh, I can see it. And I think Sizzlipede's a little bit like that. Like, I mean, you know, I might not see it, but maybe I just think that I won't see it, and then when it does pop up, we'll see. Red, you think 3,644 is going to be the magic number? Potentially. Potentially. All of my other hunts have been really quick, so this one seems like it could be the one to go over odds or really close to full odds, but we'll see. Is this fun? I'm having fun. Yeah, I'm having fun because I'm streaming though. I don't think it's fun or as fun when I'm off stream. But on stream it's fun. But you're still. Oh, it's so funny that you put still burning in BDSP because in a sense, shiny hunting in that game can feel like that. Like you're burning. But are you having fun in BDSP? You've reached the phase of the hunt where you're starting to... Yeah, I understand that, to be fair. I understand. Because... Well, yeah, you do get to a certain point as well where you just like, you've seen the same thing over and over again. That you just get to a point where you're like, I don't know if... You know... I don't know if I could spot this. Yeah, I'm gonna leave all the streams as public, yeah, because I think people will watch the video regardless. I don't think people are gonna be too... I would find it strange if somebody was like, oh, I'm not gonna watch the video because I'm just gonna go and look through his streams and see which Pokemon he found. I think people will watch the video anyway, so yeah, I'll leave the streams up because it just makes... I think it just makes sense to. I do remember you telling me that you were hunting in BDSP. I'd forgotten that it was Geodude, to be fair. But yeah, that's good. They're not that slow, are they? It's like 3 in a minute, isn't it? Something like that. Usually in BDSP. I feel like I used to get like 3 a minute. By the time you run around, see it pop up, run away. Boring when it's 10 PM in the dark, looking for a different coloured lot of pixels. I mean, it depends. It depends. I feel like... I don't know, shiny hunting's an acquired taste. I used to think it would be boring. But then when I started making videos, I realised that it's just preference. You know. Some people really like the challenge and the waiting for it. It's almost like a thrill, isn't it? It's like gambling almost, because you're just waiting for it, for the win. So some people like, you know, seeing 1 in 8,192. And some people like playing in Let's Go where it's, you know, really quick to get a shiny. It's just preference. For me, I think if I'm ever getting bored of shiny hunting, I just stop for a little while and I go and have a break. You know, I don't hunt if I'm not enjoying it. No, I will try my best not to run from the shiny Sizzlipede. I'm hoping that I will see the sparkles. So we'll see. Nice. You just want to finish the badge quest so you can soft reset the legendaries. That's good. That's good. I imagine that'll be fun in Ravenous Park. But it's about the journey in a way. Like, even I think sometimes it's easy to be like, oh, I just want to find the shiny, I just want to find the shiny, I just want to get like this bit over with so I can get to the next bit. But then when you look back on it, this is the fun bit. Doing it is the fun bit. So, what are the odds in this game? No shiny charm. So, Sword and Shield are 1 in 4,096. But there are instances where you can lower that. So if you do Masuda method breeding, I think it comes down to 1 in 682 or something. If you do brilliant aura hunting, which is where you knock out a lot of that species of Pokemon, and then that lowers your odds when you see the one with, like, you know, like the little yellow lines coming off of it. That lowers your odds to like 1 in 600, something like that. Maybe slightly less, maybe 1 in 500 and something. Dynamax Adventures is 1 in 300. So there's different hunts. and different methods and different odds. If you ever want to know all of the odds within a game, just go to Cerebi or Bulbapedia or something like that. Cerebi is usually my go-to. And there'll be a page on that game that says like shiny Pokemon mechanics, and it'll just tell you all the different ways. It's really, really good, really useful. And it'll explain what you've got to do to get them. What are the odds? Sorry, you love the feeling when you get the shiny. Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? When you finally find the shiny. I don't know if there's many feelings quite like it for excitement, because you just spent so much time, haven't you, looking for it, that when you do finally get it, it's like, oh, it was all worth it. It's just, it is exciting, and especially when you start getting to these odds now, because like I said before, it could be right around the corner. You have killed over 700 Zigzagoon, you hope it'll help. It will, just not for every Zigzagoon that you encounter. So basically, if you see any of them walking around in the grass, and they have like almost like a yellow aura pulsing off them, those ones will be like 1 in 500 and something odds. So just make sure you definitely go for them ones, and that will give you the lowered odds. I will be doing that on stream at some point. You were hunting a shiny Rookidee on a separate account and got a stupid acorn instead. What was the acorn? What's the acorn Pokemon? Smelly aura, basically, yeah. Yeah, brilliant Pokemon, ones that give Watts. I think that is right? Or is it? Did they give Watts? Did they give Watts? I didn't know that. Oh, Seedot, of course. Oh, Seedot's a great shiny. Do you not like Seedot? Oh, I proper like Seedot. And Shiftry as well. I was hoping for the shield equivalent of them when I was hunting for Rookidee. I wanted Lotad so I could have Ludicolo, but I didn't manage to get it. But Rookidee's still really cool. I did not know that, because I have knocked out Brilliant Aura Pokemon in this run. I'm sure I have. Oh no, maybe I've not. Maybe I've not actually. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm lying. Yeah, I might have just run away from them. Maybe that's what I'm getting mixed up with. I'm thinking that I did, but I didn't. Cool. Well, there you go. I'm assuming it's not much. It's like 100 or something. I will say I can understand the frustration, because Rookidee, Corvisquire, Corviknight, they're all really good shinies. They're so good. Corviknight in particular is just like something else. But I don't know if I'm going to use it for the entirety of this run, because I did already get one in my Scarlet video, so I may have to swap out Maeve at some point. We'll have to see. Right. Well, Oh, I did get. I did go to the. Do you remember the other week we were talking about the digging bar? Was it? I did go to him on the Isle of Armor because I thought I had enough armor, or I didn't have enough. But he gives you a free go to start with, and I got 28,000 watts or something like that, which was super helpful because I was able to buy some TMs. Not TMs, sorry, TRs in the wild area. So I picked up Earthquake for Hitmontop for this battle, which was pretty good. I thought needed a bit of power. May have chose me, hunted me down personally. Basically, yes, did see it was a fateful encounter. Speaking of which, I've started watching the anime a little bit. It's on UK Netflix so Journeys is all 3 series. Well, actually, there's 4, isn't there? Because there's the last one where like Ash leaves. All 4 of them are on Netflix UK, so I've started to watch them to see Ash's final like seasons. I never really watched the anime all that much, but I feel like it's something that maybe I'm never going to watch every episode because, like, historically. But I thought while Journeys is on Netflix and it's an easy watch, I'll have a go. It's pretty good so far. I'm enjoying it. And thank you, yeah, I definitely will do. I'm sure the longer, like the later in the game we go, it'll be easier, won't it? And there might be more opportunities then, because whereas like right now, because I haven't got many high level Pokemon and I haven't got access to like very good raids, and like I can't match with the same ones with you. It seems quite difficult, but the later in the challenge that I go, I'm sure I'll be able to, and that would be good. So yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, because we had that problem, didn't we, where I couldn't like join your raids because I wasn't like a high enough level or something like that. So yeah, hopefully we won't have that issue a little bit later on. Basically, yeah. The game was just like, no, you can't. It's funny how like games that, particularly with Pokemon, there's a bit of an issue with the way they're set up for like release versus like later on. And what I mean by that is it made sense when the game first came out to limit people to raids that were suitable for them, because everyone was playing, so you were constantly getting like raid invites and you always had people around your like stage in the game to like play with. But I imagine now there's not as many people doing raids in Sword and Shield, so maybe it's harder to find people who are around the stage of the game that you're at. And it's the same with older Pokemon games, isn't it? You know, like where like maybe they had like Wi-Fi features that made sense and worked when the game was like live. But now, you know, like look if you go to like in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and you've got the GTS, but the GTS isn't like active anymore. So that's a whole building in that game and a whole area of a city that really just isn't like useful anymore. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that's a bad thing, by the way, because they do work when the game is like at its like height. It's just funny looking back. Yeah, true. But for me, say like I wanted to play with other people, it would maybe be more difficult because most people who are still doing raids would be at your stage, which is the post game. Whereas when the game first came out, there would have been so many people at all times just starting the game, in the middle of the game, towards the end of the game. So it's just interesting how the systems sort of change it, but it's the same with every game. You know, there are like, I don't know, there are probably Call of Duties where the matchmaking system was designed a certain way, and now because there are less people online, it just doesn't work as it was intended. So it's just a side effect, really. It's just interesting. Particularly in games, like I said, where like, not so much this one, but like if you look at Diamond and Pearl and Platinum and they've got the GTS and you just like, that whole thing is just not even in use anymore. All 3 NPCs all spamming Life Dew. So frustrating, isn't it? Oh dear. Yeah, because as well, even just like any attack is really valuable, isn't it? Because if they've got the shields, that's just, even if it did like 1 HP of damage, it takes off a shield. So it's useful. So when they're just like spamming stuff where you're like Martin, Solrock and Cosmic Power, and you're like, stop it. Oh dear, you see some low levels for, well, maybe there's still quite a few people playing there. Are we obliged to trade? Is there a punishment for not trading? For rejecting the offer? I mean, Darth Vader usually seems like a pretty chill guy. He seems like he might be alright if we say, you know what, we don't want to do that. Me neither, because it's such a funny name to name your Pokemon characters as well, isn't it? Like, I don't know, why would you why would you do that? Three out of 5 dentists agree that accepting Darth Vader's link trades will lead to continuous well-being and health. The other 2 sadly passed away in a terrible tragedy. For some reason, they just stopped breathing. They couldn't breathe anymore. Yes. They were holding the hand like this, like they'd forgotten how to breathe. You know, like somebody was almost like choking them, but there was nobody near them, and we all know that there isn't such a thing as being able to choke someone across a room or from another room. That doesn't exist. So we've put the cause of death down as they forgot how to breathe. It's very rare. We don't see it happen very often, so it's even more rare for it to happen to the 2 dentists that disagreed, but that's just life. Nice. Very nice. What does he say to one of the lieutenants? Does he say something like, be careful not to like choke on your own, is it ambition or aspirations or something like that? Speaking of which, I saw the other day that sadly James Earl Jones passed away, didn't he? What a guy. I mean, he did Darth Vader, Mufasa. I bet he did a bunch of other stuff that he was like really, really great at. What a legend. The whole story with him and Darth Vader is like really wild, isn't it? Have you ever heard about that? Like, why he did the voice of Darth Vader? It's really cool. So he, well, I say it's really cool. It's really cool for him. It wasn't so cool for the guy that did the suit for voice for Darth Vader, but there was a guy named David Prowse who was inside the Darth Vader suit, and he did all of like the stunts. You know, like he walked around, he did the mannerisms, all that stuff. But when he originally he was supposed to be the voice actor for Vader as well, the guy like in the suit, David Prowse, and he when he like did the lines and everything, they just didn't think that his voice was like good enough, or it was like commanding enough. They didn't think it would work basically. And so they got James Earl Jones in to do like the voiceover. So initially he was never supposed to be the voice. They only did that because the guy in the suit wasn't like enough of like a presence, and obviously they didn't need the helmet and everything. They didn't need to show his face, did they? So for all intents and purposes, all they needed to do was just get David Prowse to do the mannerisms and James Earl Jones to do the voice. It's pretty wild, really. So I feel a little bit sorry for David Prowse, but I think we can all agree that James Earl Jones as the voice of Darth Vader was perfection. Yeah, he was. Definitely iconic. Yeah. It's funny as well, isn't it? Because he's so iconic, and yet in his most famous roles, he wasn't like physically there. You know, like Mufasa is a voice, and so is Vader. I'm sure there's a lot of things he did that he was brilliant at where he was there in person, he was like actually acting in person, but I think if anything that's almost like more of a compliment to him that he didn't even have to be there like on the screen to give you such memorable characters. You know, the voice and the personality and all the rest of it is what makes you remember that character. So yeah, amazing, really. I'm starting to feel the tiredness creeping in now. The old man tiredness. It's 10 to 9. I got up at... what time this morning? 6:30 for work. And then I finished work at like 5:15. And then jumped like virtually straight on this, where I had to just go and get something to eat really quick. So I'm starting to feel the tiredness now, it's kicking in. Oh, it's 10 to 10 there, yeah it is, isn't it? You're an hour ahead. Oh, well, don't worry if you can't stay on till because it'll be 11:30 there by the time I finish my stream. I totally understand if you are too tired and you're like, I just want to go and get in bed. But thank you for staying on. You know, it's been a lot of fun again. Hello, this name is cool. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining. You've come at a good time, really. We've got an hour and 40 minutes left of the stream, Still going, we haven't found the shiny yet. It's exciting. Oh, road construction work at 2 AM plus. What? Really? That early? That's nuts. Oh right, you usually only go to bed at midnight as well. Well, I feel like I have a... I don't know, it depends for me. I do like going to bed quite early, really, but my wife will only get home at about 11. So yeah, for me it's like I may as well wait up, you know what I mean? But then on nights where she's already home, I'm like falling asleep already at 9 o'clock. I think it makes a big difference if you go and get in your bed, or if you go and like lie down on a couch or something. You just like, I just like switch off straight away. Do you know what I mean? The second I lie down, that's it. The journey to sleep begins. Well, I suppose it is late, but then I suppose I was thinking 2 AM is like morning, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like why would they start that early in the morning? I guess is what I'm saying. But yeah, late because it's basically the middle of the night, isn't it? So it's, yeah, I agree. You've been playing this game for 2 years and you've not found a shiny. Wow, that is some bad luck. Well, let's hope you have some good luck. Are you doing any hunts at the minute? Are you trying to find anything specific? Or are you just, you know, generally kind of looking? Right, fair enough. So they live like in the middle of a town. I mean, I suppose they can't close it, but what we do generally, like in England, or what they do, is like they'll close a road and they'll just put like diversions. Do you know what I mean? So they'll like kind of like say, listen, this road is closed in the day, but if you go this way round, you'll still be able to get there. I'd be fuming if somebody was doing road work at 2 AM outside my house. I think I would be out in my pyjamas going, what are you doing? Switch them off. I need to sleep. Morning doesn't legally begin until 5 AM at earliest. 4 out of 5 dentists agree. Now, that's one more dentist this time. What happened to the other one? I suppose like 5, 6 AM is like dawn, isn't it? So I suppose I do know what you mean. I do know what you mean. The problem is it connects to another road from... Ah, okay. So it's like literally one road in, one road out. Is that kind of the problem? That sucks though, you know. That to do it that... at that time. I don't know. It's just... that'd really annoy me. But I do know what you mean. I do agree. Oh, you were looking for Sneasel, but you found one in Scarlet and Violet. That's fair. That's fair. Have you got any others that you want to hunt in this game? Any that you've seen since Sneasel and you're thinking, oh, I'd quite like to get that one. The other one learned his lesson after our little talk. Well, listen, you've got a great deal of patience. A great deal of patience, because I would just be so annoyed if they were doing roadworks or something else. I mean, we occasionally get like I don't know, someone's car alarm will be going off in the middle of the night and nobody like turns it off, and that drives me up the wall. But Roadworks is just so much worse. But fair enough. Fair enough. You're a very patient person. Galarian Lanoon is what you're going to go for next. Nice. Nice. That's good shiny. We were just talking about that with somebody. They were saying they were looking for Zigzagoon and they were on I think maybe 700 encounters or something like that. So good luck. It's a great shiny. It's like I would describe it as like bubblegum. Bubblegum coloured. Yeah. I love how you say car alarms at night are the worst. Like the roadside construction wasn't worse than those. Right, okay, I see what you mean. So it wasn't as bad as what maybe I'm thinking it was. Maybe I'm thinking it was like a full-on drill. Do you know what I mean? Cool. You too. Have a great day. Thanks for stopping by. And good luck with the Galarian Lanoon. Oh, it was. No, it was as bad as what I was thinking then. I think with car alarms at the very least, like if somebody's doing construction work, yeah, I agree with that. Car alarms are more pace and you can't escape them the same, can you? I do know what you mean. And I think with car alarms, like, so the construction work, it's not the worker's fault that they've been made to go and do it, is it? It's like, I don't know, it's somebody's told them to go and do it. Whereas with a car alarm, it's like somebody somebody knows that car's going off and they're going, I can't be bothered. I'm not going turning it off. I'm not looking out the window to see if that's my car. I'm just going to leave it. Which is annoying. Because I think it's like, it can be stopped. It can be helped. Oh, God. Scraping all the asphalt off. That sounds like it would be very noisy. But that's just happened on a road really close to my house, but I haven't, weirdly, I never heard that. I never heard them doing anything. Maybe I was at work or something though when they were doing it. I'm not sure. But we was driving somewhere last night and we just randomly saw that the road was shut, and it's right next to my house. And when you try and drive on it, it's like really bumpy because they've scraped, like you said, they've scraped all the asphalt off. But yeah, I for whatever reason just didn't hear them doing it. I didn't even know it was closed until I drove past it. It's so hot in here. The computer, the monitor, the light. I can't open the window because the moths and stuff will see the light and they'll flood inside. Where I live is like, it's so weird because when I used to live with my parents, this never happened. But where we live, there's so many bugs and stuff. Like if you leave a window open and a light on, you come in the room and there's like 30 bugs in the room. So you can't open the window if you've got a light on. So I've just got to bake in the heat. Is Mothman confirmed? With the, honestly, with the size of some of them, yeah. It just, like, honestly, it's maybe it's a sign you should do a shiny on the bug run, or maybe I should do a fire run and torch every bug in sight. Hey Narski, okay? You've just been watching on the side. Nice. Well, I hope it's been entertaining enough, because I feel like I am getting to the point of I'm a bit tired. I can tell I'm a bit tired. So I'm sorry if I'm not, like, on it. Old man. We've talked about this with an old man. Basically, yeah. Pokemon Scarlet, but if I find a shiny bug, I torch it. At the minute, we were talking about construction by Human's house that was keeping him awake, which I can't believe how patient he is about it. He's a very patient person. I would be fuming. And then we were talking about it's very hot in my room, but I can't open a window because I've got the streaming light on. Because if I open a window, the bugs will flood into the room. Like, honestly, where I live, there is just like an endless amount of bugs, and yeah, the room will be filled with like 30 moths within about 10 minutes. It'll be so annoying. So I'm just baking a little bit. I'm just hot. No shinies in Heart Gold yet. Fair enough, fair enough. Did you beat Bugsy? Oh my god, I've just realised what I've just said. We've just been talking about bugs. And you were up to Bugsy. We have been talking about dentists as well. Primarily in the format of, you know, like 3 out of 5 dentists agree, and then whatever statement you want. 1 out of 5 dentists have mysteriously disappeared. Yeah, we said any dentists that disagree are no longer around for suspicious reasons. Hi Anderson, you okay? Nice to see you again. Are you doing okay? We're all good, thank you. We haven't found the shiny yet. We're still going, but we're making good progress. You know, I feel like pretty soon, hopefully, we'll find it. Like Human said, get the flamethrower. I would love to. I would love to. They're so annoying. They're so annoying. I just want to open the window and be cool, but I can't because they'll flood in. You beat Azelf. Do you mean Azali? Like Azali Town? Oh yeah. Nice. Anderson's dad is a dentist. It's okay, Anderson, because your dad, I'm sure, is a dentist that agrees. He's one of the 3. So when we say 3 out of 5 dentists agree, your dad's one of the ones that agrees, I'm sure. He sent a Corsola to Zeus. Do you know what? You phrased that question to Anderson perfectly. It's with the perfect amount of like sinister undertone. The odds are in his favour. You're right. 3 out of 5. It's more likely than not. The bird guy, Hunger Games. I am very confused. Dentist games? These poor dentists. And do you know what's funny as well is these poor dentists, every statement we've said, they've had nothing to do with dentists. So I don't know why some of them are agreeing and why some of them are disagreeing. Really what they should be saying is, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not participating in this questionnaire because it's got nothing to do with dentistry, but for some reason they're all answering. They're all answering the questions. Got you. Bird guy is gym leader. And Hunger Games for dentists. I mean, listen, they don't have to be in the Hunger Games. As long as they agree. Honestly, I think they just wanted me to leave, so that's what it was. You force them to answer your questionnaire. I hope Anderson's still here, because I feel like he may be confused. I feel like we need to explain that we're not really against dentists. We all like dentists. I like my dentist. Always that one dentist. There always is one, isn't there? It's funny, isn't it? I don't even know why they say that anymore. Where they're like 4 out of 5 dentists agree, because it just sounds at this point so fake. You know, surely they are not going around asking dentists and 4 out of 5 are agreeing that this toothpaste is good. One of them's disagreeing. I don't know. I just feel like at this point they should probably just be like, you know, buy this toothpaste, it's good. Because I don't think anybody is looking at the 4 out of 5 dentists agree statement and basing their purchase on that fact. Because I just don't believe it anymore. Yeah, 4 out of 5 dentists recommend. I quite like my dentist, but I do get a different every time I go for a checkup. It's usually a different dentist. And like some are really good. And then some do like hurt a little bit, I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I'll go and I'm like wincing a little bit. But then sometimes I go and they're just good. They're just really good. Your dad said that as long as your toothpaste has sodium fluoride, it works just fine. There you go. So, there you go, Anderson. Your dad is one of the dentists that agrees. He's a good man. He's a good man. He's a good man. Hi Jake, you okay? Thanks for stopping by. You've come at a good time. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes left of the stream. We're still going. We haven't found the shiny yet, so you've not missed out or anything. You might see it. We're at 1,710 encounters. It's exciting times. You use Arm and Hammer Advanced White. Nice. Sounds like a good solid toothpaste. That sounds like a Advanced White. Sounds pretty like not like, I don't mean like expensive, but it sounds like premium. You know what I mean? Very nice. I never know what to get. I'll be honest. I use Colgate, and it's just like a standard kind of, you know, cavity protection or something like that. Because for me, it's like taste as well. Whenever I've tried different toothpaste, like if I ever try anything that's like minty or something, like too minty, I end up not liking it. I had a charcoal one once. That was quite nice. Just like chewing gum. Jeek's got full confidence in the shiny Litwick. Is that what you voted? Did you vote for that on the poll by chance? A lot of people think shiny Litwick. We were talking about this before. A lot the community thinks shiny Litwick. I think it'll be Sizzlipede, but I would like Vulpix. So we've got like different. Do you know what I mean? Like everyone's got like a different stance. Well, I'm with Anderson on this one. I'm a big advocate for looking after your teeth, but I think I do it too much because the last time I went to the dentist, they said that I brush too hard. I need to stop brushing too hard. Basically said like stop. You are cleaning your teeth too much. Stop it. So, yeah. Nice, Jake. Nice. I wonder why people think Litwick so much. I mean, to be fair, the poll has evened out a little bit more now, but at the start, Litwick was winning by quite a lot. So yeah. Vulpix would be a big win. I just from the three, I think Vulpix would be the most useful for me. And I do really like Ninetales. It's a good shiny. They're all good shinies though, actually. So I'll be happy with any of them, but I guess we'll see. That we talked about, that's why I'm not more British. I don't know. I don't know where Britain's reputation for like poor dental hygiene has come from. But I think you are right. I think we maybe do have a bit of a reputation for it, but I don't know why. Maybe the statistics or something. I don't know. Last time you went to the dentist, they took 2 hours to steal a tooth. Well, yeah. I have had a tooth out. It's a bit of a weird experience. Like I remember the when I had mine out, it was like a back one, and I think it was the dentist's fault, really. He kind of like... I had a fill-in from when I was younger. And my dentist at the time said, oh, we don't want you to have this fill-in because it's like an old kind. And it's, you know, it's going to be... Basically, like, it's outdated, the material or whatever they used, we don't want to use it, so we're going to take it out and we're going to give you a new one. And he took it out, and he gave me a new one, and I immediately got, like, an abscess, like, straight away. And then they were like, well, after, like, a month or whatever, they were like, it's got to the point where all we can do is like give you like a crown or something, but most of the tooth had like gone. So I was like, I'm not doing a root canal, I'm not having a crown, just take it out. Like you've messed this up. I'm not paying the price for it with like a lot of pain. Oh, 1723, that was that the number? I thought you said 1726. I thought we were going up in it, Tony. And yeah, so I just said just take it out because I don't want to go through the pain after what you've done to me. So I'm just take it out. But they used to put people to sleep for like teeth related things, but they didn't. They give you like a numbing injection. And I just remember it being so bizarre because the dentist was literally like, he was pulling it so much that my like head was moving around, but I was sitting there like, I can't feel a thing. This is brilliant. So I think I actually didn't mind it. I spent like, you know, however long it was, just sitting in the chair going, this is bizarre. This man is pulling my teeth out with like a pair of pliers, like, and I'm just like, it's all good. So yeah, there you go. That was the story of mine. Human, yours sounds pretty brutal as well. And Jake, you had a root canal. Oh yeah, root canals sound... They do sound painful. From what I've been told about them. The door technique. Oh, you've just reminded me of what that was. Does that work? Does that actually work? I always thought that was like a myth. Was the Queen good at Wii Sports Bowling? Oh, I don't know. Was she? I feel like she's never played Wii Sports Bowling, surely. She can't have done when she was alive. There's no way, because... I don't know. Just doesn't seem like her kind of thing, Wii Sports. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say the Queen was not good at Wii Sports Bowling. But I was a champion at Wii Sports Bowling. I remember one of the funniest things about Wii Sports Bowling, right, was so my younger brother, I had like a record on, because it saved all your scores, didn't it? And I had like the top record for Wii Sports Bowling. Like I think I got like 280 or something like that. And he spent years trying to beat it. Like I'm talking years. And then he finally beat it. And I came round that day and he was like, I've finally done it, like I've finally beat you Wii Sports like bowling thing. And I was like, right, okay. And I went straight on and got it back. Like immediately beat his record. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. That's what you do as a big brother. You torment, I guess. I didn't really mean to though. I didn't purposely go on and try and beat it. It was just pure luck, to be honest. I just picked up Wii Sports after a long time and just randomly got it and was like, don't come for the king. She was more of a Nintendogs gal. I could see that. I could see the Queen playing Nintendogs back in the day. I think we all loved Nintendogs. Does anybody remember the little Nintendogs toys you would get at McDonald's from the Happy Meals? And they were like proper little like teddies. Oh, Nintendogs was such a good idea. I can't believe they've not made like a new version. Or maybe they have, and people just don't care now. But that was a great question, Anderson. It really was. Really good. And you're going for 2,486 on the shiny predictor, or 3,049. Interesting. I think you could be very close with one of those. Very close. You'll have to remember them for next stream if we don't get it tonight. Yeah, oh yeah, the Nintendogs toys. Yeah, they were in Happy Meals when we were. I've not saved any because I was a kid and I was stupid and I probably threw it away. But like looking back now, oh, they were so cool. They were so cool. But I feel like I feel a bit robbed sometimes with the same thing, but with like America, because they put something out last week. Not last week, sorry, like a couple of weeks ago, like McDonald's, saying that they were releasing these like cups, these like collector's cups, and they had like a McDonald's one, they had a Jurassic Park one. It looked so good. I think they had a few others, and I was like, oh my god, this is brilliant. I'm gonna have to go to McDonald's. And then I looked, and it was like America only. I was like, oh, really? Sad. Oops. They made Nintendogs plus cats, but the cats were just occasionally there. Yeah, you would. I'm surprised that cats didn't do a. I don't know. People weren't more interested in that. People love cats. Maybe it was just that Nintendogs was just so overwhelmingly good that, like, by the time they released the cats, people were like, they don't, because it was. I don't know if you remember Nintendogs, like, well, sorry, I don't know if I'm remembering Nintendogs correctly, but I seem to remember it as being very like a phase. So like, everybody loved it for a very short period of time, and then everyone was over it. A little bit like Pokemon Go, a little bit. Not that people got over Pokemon Go, but do you remember when everybody played it? And then it was like, right now, only the people who really love it are going to play it. I think Nintendogs was a bit like that. Not saying bots are prolific in Sword and Shield, but just saw a bot do a link trip with a bot. That's wild. That's wild. What is the point in the bots? Like, where do they come from? Is it people? Is it real people? Trading with. Sorry, is it real people setting the bots up, or is it like Game Freak setting the bots up so that the trading can carry on going? Do you know what I'm trying to say? It was extremely rude for them to limit them to America, yeah. Can't believe that. The Jurassic Park one was so good, honestly. I love Jurassic Park. I would have bought like 10 of them. But, oh well. It was literally Nintendogs with cats occasionally just showing up in your living room. Oh! That is a strange concept, isn't it? So you could literally just be like, hello, and that was about it. That's strange. Maybe it was just because Nintendogs had more going for it than because you could. I remember you could take your dogs to like shows and stuff, couldn't you? You could like train them and like look after them and give them like really good like routines and stuff, and then you could take them to like shows and that, couldn't you? And like earn money with them and win prizes and stuff. You think that Zygarde will be shiny locked in ZA, even though the shiny's really cool? Yeah, I think you're on something there, because the legendaries in Arceus are all shiny locked, aren't they? I'm sure they are. Oh. Oh, it's definitely not Game Freak for the bots. So what's the point in? Oh, it's the, yeah, I know what you mean. It's like something.com. It's where you go and buy like illegitimate shinies and things like that. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, there's so many of those, isn't there? I know sometimes like I'll try and look on like Etsy for like Pokemon merchandise or stuff like that, and there's just so many adverts for those, like, you know, you can buy every Pokemon in existence straight into your Pokemon home for like 30 quid. It's nuts. And it's funny as well because like Game Freak put out, you know, all these things saying like you'll be banned forever if you do this and stuff, but clearly they've not got a handle on it, because there's so many people who do it and get away with it, or there's so many people who sell them, that it must be quite easy it must be unlikely for Game Freak to find out that you've done it, basically. So right, Nintendogs and Cats was made quite a few years later. I don't really remember, to be honest. I don't remember. I just remember, but maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe like Nintendogs was the peak, and then a few years later they made that, and it was just like, oh. Best 3DS model. Do you mean... Are you asking me which one I think is the best 3DS model? And do you mean Pokemon? Or do you mean the console? I do have a pretty cool 3DS, which I can show you. It's this one, the little Pokeball one, and the little, I don't know if you can hear that, but the ball actually, like, you can press the, doesn't do anything, but, and that's what it looks like. It's pretty cool. But having said that, I don't think that's my favourite 3DS model, even though I love it because it's got the Pokeball and everything. I think the 3DS XL was my favourite, just because it was just so big, and I think that's why I like. I think that's why I like the Switch so much, because I always wanted to play Pokemon on a big screen, and of the DS's, the 3DS XL is like the, you know, you can see it all in really good detail, and I remember it having a really bright screen as well. So yeah, I'd go with 3DS XL. Oh nice, you've got the new 3DS XL. That's awesome. And thanks, Human. Yeah, it is. It's a really cool one. I'm made up with it. I got it a long time ago now. in the grand scheme of things. It's probably not as old as a lot of 3DSs, but I want to say I got it... When did I get it? Maybe like 2015, 2016 or something like that, so it's not like really, really old, but it's oldish. When did you get yours, Anderson? Oh, that was the Bucky ear flop. Off he goes. You've been wanting to get a 2DS XL to mod, but you can't justify $250. What would you be modding it with? Like, what's the? Because I'm not. I'm rubbish with remembering what they're like. Do you know what I mean? And like what you would do with them and stuff like that. I always just bought the console as it was. I never like modded anything, or do you know what I mean? 2 out of 3 cats agree that it's time for supper. They are staring at you menacingly. So in that instance, the one that disagrees is actually the good one. The other two are going to turn on you instead of the other way around. What do you what are you going to give them for supper? Oh, so you got yours around the same time as me then, Anderson? Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I suppose it's not that long ago in the grand scheme of things. But it feels like it should have been. I don't know. It feels like it should have been longer ago. Just because of what's happened since then, you know, like we've had the Switch and the eShops closed down and things like that. I don't know, it just feels like that would be longer than like 8 years ago, but that does sound right. Right, hate shop. I don't know what that is, to be fair. So I am truly out of the loop. I fear you may become supper. Nice, that sounds good. Bucky is super picky with food. So he doesn't really eat dog food. He kind of eats variations of human food. Mainly like meats and things like that. Because he just doesn't want dog food. He used to eat dog food. And then he got to a point where he kind of like... He didn't want to eat the same dog food. So, and what I mean by that is we didn't give him literally the same meal every day and every night, but we would buy him like dog food packs where it was different flavours, but it was from the same brand. And then he started like only enjoying it if it was like a different brand to that one. So we would, even if it was a different flavour, he would be like, I'm not having that. And then after that it was like, I don't know, he just got really, really picky to the point of we basically didn't really have much choice other than to start giving him, you know, sort of human food. Oh, 100% Anderson, 100%. COVID was the strangest period of time, I think, in my entire life. And I imagine for a lot of people. Because I seem to remember time being quite it would pass quite normally before COVID. And then you realise that COVID itself went on for, at max, maybe like 3 years or something. And then you would start like, I mean, I don't know how, I'm trying to think how long it's been since COVID. What, 3 years? Ish? It's just weird. I don't know. I can't explain it. But I totally know what you mean, and I totally agree with you. It completely changed my perception of time, how time feels, how much time has passed since before COVID. Yeah, bizarre. I think there's quite a lot of us that feel like that as well. It is, but I suppose what Anderson means is like the, you know, the lockdowns and the that period of time in the world where there was a lot of like uncertainty about what we should and shouldn't do and how to go about things. Like I think that there was like a definitive period of time, wasn't there, where all that was going on. Whereas like now, even though it is still a thing, it's like you said, we just don't acknowledge it as much because it's not as severe as what it was, and it doesn't have impacts on. I mean, it might do in some places, but for the most part, it doesn't have impacts on countries that. Sorry, it doesn't have impacts on most countries, so we kind of don't like process it the same, do we? But yeah, there was a long time where it was just bizarre, really bizarre. So yeah, I suppose 2016 maybe. I'm saying it feels like it's both not that long ago, but should be longer ago. You're right. It probably is in part due to that. Although I think time in general is just a funny thing because sometimes, I know particularly like when it was around like maybe 2016. People my age used to joke about like, you know, somebody asks you like what, you know, what year did you do this, whatever, and you go, oh yeah, it was only like a couple of years ago. I think it was like 2007, and then you go, wait, 2007 was 9 years ago. So I think in general we all process time in a very strange way. Exactly, 2015 was almost 10 years ago. Yeah. And I think sometimes as well, like, so to me, 2015 doesn't sound like it's that long ago. But when I think about it, in 2015 I was only 20 years old. Like I'm going to be turning 30 soon. So when I think about how much has happened since I was 20 to being nearly 30, a lot has happened. You know, I moved out of my parents, I got married, I've had various different jobs, you know. There's all sorts of stuff that's happened. So yeah, I suppose there are times when I think about years a while ago where I'll say that year feels like it should be longer ago, but also feels like it was yesterday. Those two things can be true at once, I think. Because I think you can look at a year and say that you recognise how much has happened since then, but you also remember it really clearly, and so it feels like it wasn't that long ago. 2015, almost 10 years ago. Damn. That is sad. Your mate thinks I'll get the Vulpix. I hope so, I hope he's right. Yeah, I hope I get the Vulpix. I mean, I suppose in a way Vulpix is it's a weird one because Vulpix is one of those Pokemon that I could probably find in other games as well. Like it's in Legends Arceus, isn't it? It's in the Let's Go games. But yeah, I just feel like it would suit my team. Although it will be a little bit strange actually, because for the first time in a long time, if I do get the Vulpix and I evolve it into Ninetales straight away, which is probably what I'll do, I'll have 3 grey shinies. I don't think I've ever had like that many grey shinies on a team before. I mean, grey just doesn't seem like a very common colour for shiny Pokemon. So it'll be interesting. Yeah, 2029 will feel weird. I agree. I agree. But 2029 is in itself a long time away. A long time away. 5 years. What will I evolve my other shiny into? Do you mean... I have 2 with split paths. What's the other one? Well, Slowpoke I'm going to evolve into Slowbro, because I think that's a very nice shiny. I think Slowking, particularly for the Galarian one, isn't like... there's not much of a difference. And to be honest, I prefer Slowbro anyway, you know? So I'm going to go with Slowbro for Slowpoke. I wonder if the other one you're thinking of is... because we had Tyrogue, but I've got Hitmontop, haven't I? Yeah, I think that might be the one you're thinking of, but you'll have to let me know. The beasts have been appeased and their hunger sated for now. I have been spared. Nice. What did they do after the supper? Did they just go and sleep? Gonna have a chill. Got about 45 minutes left. So how many encounters have we had so far? Let's have a think. When we get to 1821, that'll be 600. So take off 36. Well, take off 35. 565 so far. Not too bad. Not too bad. So the likelihood is that I'll be streaming again tomorrow night. So that would hopefully take us to maybe nearly 2,500 encounters by the end of tomorrow night. I may be able to stream again on Thursday or Friday, but I'm not sure yet. I'm going to have to double check. But we'll see. So we could be looking at, by the end of this week, 3,000 encounters for this hunt. Ish. assuming we don't find it before then. So the accidental shiny Applin that I get after. If there's any accidental shiny that I want, I'll be honest and say it's not Applin. I like Applin. And I like... is it Hydrapple? I don't mind Appleton. I don't like Flapple. But in these games, they're all we've got, so... I'll be honest, I don't know what 3D rigging is. Well, yeah, that's why it's accidental. I suppose, yeah. Yeah. It would be very lucky to find an accidental shiny of a Pokemon that you want, I reckon. You feel like we missed a shiny? Do you mean... Oh, don't say that. Don't say that, Anderson. You got me panicking now. I think I'd have seen it. I feel like I've been good today. I've looked at the screen, I've looked at the chat, I look at the screen, I look at the chat, I look at the screen. I feel like if I've missed one, I would be surprised. But you never know. Would you rather know if you'd missed one, or would you rather not know? Because I don't think I would want to know. I think I would prefer to just carry on in blissful ignorance if I did miss one. But if I do miss one and you guys see it, you have to tell me. You've accidentally found desired shiny several times. Well, I suppose, yeah. I mean, when you've been hunting for as long as you have as well, you've got quite the collection, haven't you? So, trying to think of... I suppose maybe I have, actually. Maybe I'm just being cynical. Maybe, I think I might have accidentally found shinies I want. Although I've found quite a few male combi, which is always like... And that's why I want to hunt Vespiquen next. Well, I imagine 3D stuff is super difficult and super complicated. But I don't have any experience in that world, you know. Yeah, if you say something super out of context, you'll get the shiny. I agree. I think I've witnessed that quite a few times with other channels. So I've just got to think something weird to say, I guess, and then I'll get the shiny. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not good when I'm on the spot like this. Although, we did kind of already have this with, oh god. Oh god. I will decline to comment on Vaporeon's breedability. I don't want to be implicated in any sort of conversation around that. Whether I've started it or you've started it, whether it's for a bit of out of context for it to with the shiny look, I do not want that. You got a Nidoqueen named Nudes. It's strangest today. That is that's brilliant. Congratulations. I feel like the name you're asking me for Nidoking is... I don't know what it is, so I'm reluctant to say it out loud because I feel like maybe there's more to that name. The longer I acknowledge the Vaporeon thing, the longer I'm at risk. I agree. And to be fair, I don't mind. I am only joking. I don't mind being at risk. There's proof right there in the chat that it wasn't me who brought it up. Okay, everyone can see the chat. So if a shiny does appear, I'm exempt. I feel like all that stuff is very... I don't know. It's very unknown, isn't it, to people who are outside of the Pokemon community. Like, we all know how weird people get, but I feel like a lot of people just think Pokemon's just this like nice little community of people just playing the games, watching the show. But anytime somebody mentions a certain name, everybody immediately jumps on the other side of it. Like, I can guarantee if I did any sort of shiny video, right, and I specifically had certain Pokemon in the team, like Gardevoir or Lopunny or Vaporeon, people would fill the comments, wouldn't they, with all sorts of stuff. Alright, fair enough, Jake. Fair enough. Sorry I doubted you. It was only because Anderson had just said that. So I was like, what is that name? Is there more to it? Stephen Dale for a Nidoking. I quite like it. Go for it. I think it's quite a good nickname because It sounds like a very straight-laced name, like, you know, just like a businessman name or something. But for a Pokemon that looks like so far the opposite from that. Like I can picture your Nidoking with the nickname Stephen Dale wearing like a suit. Do you know what I mean? Shirt and tie, like a jacket, almost like Giovanni-esque. So there you go. Well, there you go, human. That's what I mean. People. The second you mention stuff like that, it's just that's it. You know what I mean? So I think I would genuinely think twice about putting one of those Pokemon in my team, even if I really wanted to. Just because, you know. Or maybe I should actually. Maybe I'd get more comments than I ever have before for doing that. I mean, when ZA comes out, you've got to think. Mega Gardevoir, like the shiny, is really good, isn't it? It's like such a cool shiny. So maybe I'll just do it. Giovanni's talking sidekick, Stephen Dale, who also wears a fedora. I like that. I like the fedora detail, like tips. But maybe the horn still like pokes through the hat or something. I feel like that's, yeah, it's a very good nickname. Very good. I like that a lot in Pokemon, like the juxtaposition of, look at this, you know, huge, crazy, like muscly or like really tall or whatever, like creature, and then you just give it like a normal name. Do you know what I mean? Like trying to think of a good example for you. Like calling a Suicune John, or a Landorus Pete, where it just doesn't match because it's such a like just a regular name, but with this like otherworldly creature. I can't believe we've been going for 4.5 hours. Oh, you named your Regirock Brownie. That's such a good nickname. That is a brilliant nickname for that, because it does. It really suits. Or a Torterra called Nile Wrench. Nile Wrench sounds like a proper, I don't know, maybe like a just like a businessman who owns like a hardware store, like a tool shop. Oh, and your Solgaleo's called Kitten. I like that. mean, I sort of had that with the Shield baby only challenge, where like I had what does I have now? I had like a bonsai called John. I had a Mantike called Ian. I had what's it? Because they're all Jurassic Park or Jurassic World characters, so I just call them, because Jurassic Park and Jurassic World have a lot of like regular names, don't they? So a lot of them are like baby Pokemon, but with this like super normal name, like Ian the Mantike. Doesn't go at all, but that's what makes it fun. Yeah, I seem to recall the eShop being a bit weird. There's a lot of rubbish on the eShop, isn't there? Like they really need to trim it down, because there's just far too much rubbish on there. But when you like, if you go on, you know, Xbox or PlayStation, a lot of the time they've got games from years and years and years ago that you can still play. Whereas I wonder with Nintendo whether there is a bit of a thing of that they don't have all of the old games on the eShop, and that's why there's loads of rubbish on there. There is a lot of rubbish on Xbox and PlayStation as well, but it doesn't seem like there's as much as what's on Nintendo. And it's annoying really, because it's clearly been accepted and like verified, and somebody's gone, yep, that's okay to be put on here. But they need to get some standards. Does anybody know if they're like definitely getting... sorry, if they're definitely going to release a Switch 2? Or if that's just a rumour? Like, has it been announced anywhere? Because I really hope that it's the next one they release is another Switch, and it's not like just back to handheld. Because, well, if it can't use an Elgato, then I may be in trouble. Right. Heavily rumoured but no official announcement. Well, fingers crossed then. Hopefully. I mean, you would think they would do another Switch, wouldn't you? Because why... With the way the games are going, I don't know. The Switch is the perfect balance, isn't it? You can have handheld, you can have it on a console. It works, so you would hope that they would stick with that. If anything, I'd rather just bin off handheld, to be honest, and just keep it as a console. I know a lot of people wouldn't, so but if it made the quality of the games better, I'd be fine with that. Oh, the new Legends is rumoured to be a release title for it. I didn't know that. I thought Legends was going to be on this, and then then they were going to release the next Switch. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Well, I'll definitely be getting that then if that's what happens. I mean, that would make sense actually, because Legends hasn't got a release date, has it? It says like 2025 TBC or something like that. But maybe they're waiting to see if it can... to see when the Switch 2 is going to release. Ooh. Exciting. Well, that is the downside. You'd have to buy another Switch. That is the downside. I mean, I think at some point we're going to have to do it, but we'll see. I wonder how the Switch 2 is going to work for, like, games that are on the Switch 1. You know, like, I wonder if you can be able to put your cartridge of, like, Sword and Shield or Legends Arceus or whatever into the new Switch as well. Or if you can only use them on the current Switch. So 2 generations per system seems to be the norm. Yeah, I suppose. Thinking back, sounds right. Could be as early as this month we hear about the new Switch. Oh, that's exciting. That is exciting. Let's hope so. Because then maybe they will give a release date for ZA as well. I wonder if they're going to surprise us and it's going to be like a lot sooner than what we think. Or it's going to be like the back end of next year. Because you would think if they announce it this month that it would be later in the year, next year, but it could be like, I don't know, maybe they could just say March. Now, do you mean this Christmas, Anderson, or next Christmas? 2024 or 2025? But I agree, Christmas could be a good date for launch. I think if it is Christmas though, that would mean no more. I don't think that would. Sorry, I don't think ZA would be a release title for it. That would have to be on the current Switch, surely. Because surely they wouldn't wait till next Christmas for Z-Egg. Around February. That could be really interesting. Really interesting. I don't know what I'm going to do for the video, to be honest, when ZA comes out. Yeah, I don't know I don't know whether to play the full game as normal or play a shiny only run. Because this is going to be the first game that releases while the channel's like active, so I could do like just like me playing it, you know, normally. That could be fun. And then that would give me some practice ready for the shiny run. Oh, you meant this Christmas, yeah. That's fair. Well, I mean that would be a huge surprise if they announced it for this Christmas. But I would like it. I mean, I could definitely do the new Switch because I think mine is from when the Switch first released. I got it with Let's Go Pikachu, which was a long time ago now. So, and to be fair, it has actually served me really well. It hasn't broken or gotten slow. It seems to just work really well. I think, yeah, I think I might do that, you know, because I know like Absol does that, and I've always thought that's really cool, but I think it's too late for me to jump in on that because, you know, nobody wants to see me play Sword and Shield normally now because it's so old. People will be interested in a shiny run, but not like a normal playthrough. But if it's, you know, if it's like a new game, I could finally jump in on that. So yeah, 1,850. Got 19 minutes or so left before stream is over. How do I feel about terrible Pokemon run ideas? Do you mean like trying to beat a game with a Magikarp or like a Kricketot or Feebas, that sort of thing, or a Ditto? A bit like J-Rolls, basically. Is that kind of what you mean? You mean you suggesting them? Go for it. Suggest me some. By all means. I mean, to be fair, I can never... The only thing with suggestions is I can never guarantee that I'm going to be able to do them because I always end up with, like, such a finite amount of time to, like, get the videos out that I want to do. So, but by all means, always suggest to me. Alright, Anderson, no problem. Well, thank you very much. Humans just come straight in with that. I had a great time too. Thanks, Anderson. I really, really appreciate it. Hope you have a nice rest of your evening. And I will see you again soon. I'm sure I will. See you later, dude. Well, that is a very unique one. Pokemon Arceus, but I can only play with my feet. That would be so difficult, wouldn't it? That would be crazy difficult. I bet there's people who've done that. I bet there's people who've done videos like that. Yeah, I know what you mean, Jake. I kind of wonder the same. We were talking about this the other day, how the story is going to work. I kind of have the impression that, I don't know, I feel like maybe how in Legends Arceus there was the noble Pokemon that you had to beat and then you'd move on to the next one. I think they might substitute that for something similar, but not too different. So I think maybe my idea was, could end up being totally wrong, but my idea was you're in Lumiose after the war that they talk about in X and Y, like from thousands of years ago, and the city needs to be rebuilt. So in order to rebuild it, you have to go out into distant areas and harvest like resources and like bring them back to the city, or clear the area so that people can come and pick the resources up and bring them back to the city to build the city up. and you could have certain areas that you get to where like it's all wilderness because it's not populated, and you know you've got to, you can work your way through it, but then towards the end where the resources are, there might be like a mountain that's ruled by a Tyranitar, and you have to beat this Tyranitar to like get the resources. Maybe there's like metal ore lying around, or a specific resource that you really like need. I wonder if it might be something like that, but it's just a guess. I feel like it could be anything. You say that, human, but I definitely have seen I've definitely seen instances of people doing similar-ish things. There's a guy I watch called I don't get the chance to watch him very often, but when I do, his videos are always good. And he's called Snamwitches, and he does like just like gaming challenges. I'm sure he did one where he beat a game that was designed to be played by 2 people just on his own. But he what did he do now? I can't remember. He used like one of his like hands for the controller or whatever, and then he used like a way of controlling one of the other ones with another part of his body or something. So people do stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, Jake. Like you would build the city up bit by bit, and because you're like such a good trainer, or because you're such a good I don't know, ranger or something, whatever they call the people who go out and do these things. You've got to take on variations of the noble Pokemon, but really they're just like really strong, fully evolved Pokemon that that are around the resources. That's all I can think of for now, really, that they could do. But I think they'll surprise us. I think it'll be a cracking game. I really do. I think we're just about going to get 1,875 encounters for today, which is not bad. I think it's is that like 650 encounters ish? Pretty good. Oh yeah, Totodile would be good. I would like to see Totodile for sure. Totodile, maybe Snivy, and Litten, maybe. But I think it'd be quite nice to have the Kalos starters like in the game as well, because that's what they did for Arceus, didn't they? They had like 3 starters that were like not from that region, and then they had Chimchar, Piplup and Turtwig like roaming about and available to catch. So that'd be quite nice. It's been a long time since we've seen, you know, the Kalos starters really properly. So yeah, looking forward to that. Oh, Mega for Alligator, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? That would be so cool. I do hope they give us some new Megas. Oh god. Oh dear. Imagine if all the starters are Charmander but different types. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I really like Charizard. I do. You know, as much as it gets way too much attention, I do still like it, but I can't deny that it gets way too much attention. Like, it was almost funny back in X and Y when it got 2 megas. And then it, like, what else was it in? It had a lot in that anime as well, because Alan had one, and then I think was it Trevor had one, and then when we got Sword and Shield and Leon had one, and it had a Gigantamax form, it was just like, what are the... Why? that is too much. Even for me, and I love it. I wonder whether they just kind of sometimes think that if they don't pay enough of a homage to the Pokemon that we grew up with, that we won't buy the game. And that might be true of some people, but I think the majority of people by this point have got a very varied interest in Pokemon and will like it no matter what. You know, if anything, you're more likely to turn people away if you only use the old Pokemon. But oh, that'd be quite good. A fresh mystery dungeon game. That'd be nice. I haven't played Mystery Dungeon in forever, to be fair. It's been so long. But they were great games. Last encounter. Actually, I might do one more. Might do Litwick. Not Litwick. Sizzlipede, so that I can end on, like, back at the start. We'll do one more. Come on. Nope. No such luck. Well, I think that means that next stream, if we don't find it soon, it's going to become our longest hunt. I guess we'll see. Let me just save. What game time are we at now? Nearly 50 hours. Not bad still, but you know, it's getting there. Right, well, thank you both very much, and to anybody else as well who's still watching on the stream. I had a lot of fun again. I'll be streaming tomorrow night, probably the same time to the same time. So I know, yeah, ended on an uneven number. I actually did it. That shows how tired I am, because usually I would not want to do that. But I'm doing it. We're not going back. I'm not letting this brain win. We're going to end it at 1876. But yeah, thank you both so much, and to everybody else watching as well. It's been a lot of fun. And yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. So have a good night's sleep and a good day tomorrow. See you later.